Okay. I can hear.
Hi, Kira.
Morning.
All right, so we're just waiting for the others to come. Right, so we're waiting for Lira to join us and Kerry, hopefully. And then, who, Lira? Yeah, has to go. And then we'll begin. One, two, seven. Right. So there she is.
Is it?
Yeah, I said, well, I see her name, so it means that. She's standing in. So I don't know where Kerry is. And I never get Kerry when I call her on the phone. Let me try though. This is what I crazy with her. I don't know where I see it anymore. You are? No, that's you.
So, I'm sorry, can I ask a question? So why is it easier to get these with dragons versus sort of, just you want to pay them? Maybe people just want to pay them, or because it's not.
It's not. Sometimes it's not people. It's we don't have the people available. The persons who can do it are sometimes so burdened with other things, so they tell you flat out to do. And then there, in instances, it's just not profitable. Yeah, I have to put one in front of the audience. Of the country.
Yeah, but anyway, that is America. Caribbean.
Hi, Nicole. I think
Oh, I'm on.
You're
My
on.
internet dropped. Yes.
There you are. All right.
What's going on? Nobody can see me. What's going on with my camera?
No, we cannot see you.
Of all this?
That says Lira, but not the image.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Let me try carry one. You have carry on WhatsApp, is it?
Yeah. Oh.
And her number is 393 4949.
Yes.
So which is on WhatsApp.
So probably gonna be.
Ask her if she, I sent it out to her Lira and Kira, so ask her if she saw it in her email. And you don't send it to her, did you?
No, I didn't.
What was Lira?
But it's got another.
791 862 127. So Lira, how are you going to teach us when we can't see you?
Beg your pardon, sorry.
How are you going to teach us when we cannot see you?
Well, my husband is trying to fix it up. So,
Okay.
and I wanted to be one of the earlier presenters because I have something to do. I have to leave class early today at about 2.
Okay, you're going to be within the first batch because we're just going to go alphabetically.
Alphabetically? Okay, all right.
Yeah. Or we could just move you up.
Okay.
Special one.
Have you ever, when you open, when you're doing yours, is there a way to open web screen?
I think I tried going online once when we looked at the portfolios. So I didn't. We were able to go online. One second. Sashana, are you on your way to class? Oh, great. All right, lovely. Right, so I think we were able to at least get over time.
Okay.
Fails. There you are. If I fails, let's see. Try that.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Good morning, Norma. Are you? I suspect you're on your way. You're praying. Okay. So how close are you though? Oh, all right, so we'll see you in an hour and a half or so. All right, we'll begin without you. All right, drive safely now. I was saying drive safely. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. So Sashana, oh, there you are, Perry. And Sashana is going to be with us in a few minutes, so we'll just give her that time to get here and then we'll begin. You went to upload. You went to upload that too.
It's not a lesson plan.
It's not a lesson plan. It's a reading on workshop. Taylor's going to open what you're going to do in the workshop steps. And you'll upload that to. Remember those questions that you had at the beginning? Right.
You want the Simon Cheatham to email it to you? The Simon Cheatham question, you don't email it?
He has it because I was working on it. I'm not up there. They will start over there. He was answering the questions on it. You have forgotten it? You have deleted it? I never thought I know where I was going to at least. Yeah, I thought we were close to the end of but I've learned that life never goes according to plan.
No, assassin stuff. And then one by
About what if I something like that on? Like that.
Oh, that's a fairly new one though. Yeah.
We want to it's like what if I never went to school? What if I never did better rules?
I used to have a small version. You know, one that says it's little Oxford dictionary or something like that. That had every single day in my space maker. Because the schedule is the work of theirs. But I find that
oh, so that's how people do my students.
No, since there's no work of dictionaries, it's kind of a big bottom. So I purchased one of the tiny ones. And I just had it.
Something's million around it.
And everybody was, and they can't smartphone, and they don't use pictures.
is now 9:53. All right, guys, we were waiting for Sashana to join us, but I haven't seen her as yet, even though she's on campus, so it means that she should be here shortly. So we're just going to go ahead and she'll just catch up when she gets here. We are going alphabetically, but Lero, we can move you up to after Ashley. So you'll be second, and then we'll continue with Kira. And well, Norma would have been next, but after whenever she comes in, we can take her. What I want you to do for this assignment is just to establish the context. So as each person is going into his or her presentation, just establish the context. Who are you teaching? What topic are you teaching them? What element of that topic or that writing workshop are you looking at for your presentation today? What it is that you hope to accomplish from all of that? Of course, tell us the grade. Is it a mix of boys and girls, or is it all boys, all girls? So just tell us all the things that you think are relevant so that as the classroom that you're teaching, we can actually function in that mode. Are we upper crust, so not traditional high school with all the resources? Are we one of those middle resource schools, or are we at the very bottom of the ground? So you determine all those things and just share that information with us and we will get into that mode. All right, so we will begin with Ashley. Okay. Oh, just one more thing. And remember that out of the first part of that, as of the assignment, that is to be uploaded via Oracle. The space is there for you to upload as of yesterday, I think. So you can feel free to upload until, I think, 4 today, 4 for me, 3 for you, today.
Okay.
Pardon?
I think so.
Well, we can only upload by 4 o'clock today.
I can extend the time, but that's what I have to put there. Okay, I can do that. That's a big deal. So the part that you're supposed to upload is the questions that you've been answering that will give us an idea of how you prepare for the workshop, the steps that you're taking in the workshop. That is the part that you need to upload so that I can have it to match it against your presentation today. Well, not just match it against, but
And do you want class materials?
And what, right, so whatever additional resources that you would have used for today's session, you can upload that as well, just as support material. All right? And then the other thing that you're supposed to upload is the portfolio that we negotiated, that actually negotiated on one.
You guys can send me tips, lunch, I'll take anything.
Right, so those are the two things. The only person who is supposed to upload later is Norma on account of her special situation. Right? All right, so whenever you're ready, Ashley. Try.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear the waves?
Yeah, it's not what I can hear.
You can hear the waves? Okay. Can you hear the waves now? All right, they're waves. Okay. Good morning, class. How are you today? Good morning, class. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
I think the waves have to go away, but you did hear them. That was supposed to play throughout the presentation. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give me 1 second. Let me just screen share here. The shredder wants to get the waves from you. Sure.
Oh, that's okay.
That's okay. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so guys, are you seeing the PowerPoint? You seeing the PowerPoint? Okay, great. All right, so let me begin by just introducing this workshop and talking a little bit about my group. So my group is from a traditional high school in an urban area. It's a mixed group, grade 7 students, and it is, I would say, the GSAT pass between like kind of 65 to say 85, so a middle group, I would say, a mixed ability group. Important to note is that at this stage they are doing geography. In geography, they're doing Caribbean region, Caribbean islands, features of Caribbean islands, and also in science, they're looking at marine animals and other sea life. Okay, fish and other sea life. All right, so let's start. So I'm not going to do everything. I'm just going to kind of breeze through some parts, and then we're going to focus on one section. So just to point out the objectives, we are going to, in this workshop, we're going to define what a synonym is and what a synonym poem is. We're going to identify the main rules of a synonym poem. The skills are going to be to generate word ideas and synonyms through the brainstorming technique. We're going to group words to make phrases for the poems. We're going to write one group synonym poem together. And of course, affective objectives to acknowledge usefulness of the writing workshop and to subscribe to the idea of using the writing process. So I won't show this video, I'll just summarize. It's about a 5-minute video about Caribbean Sea, coral reef, what kind of animals you'll find, looking at different aspects and some of the challenges of the sea environment, the issues right now. So the question I would ask them to do, this is the first activity they would do, watch this video, just to basically get them thinking about the sea, remind them of what kind of animals that live in the sea, and then to ask them in their journals to write 3 sea animal names. So the things where jellyfish, there are all kinds of different ones, there's 3. And then also to make a note of any vocabulary that they're not familiar with. And I actually, as a teacher, had collected some of them that I thought they may have problems with. Their homework, part of their homework, but not really graded homework, but ongoing homework. I wanted them to have in their journals a vocabulary bank that they would look up these words and we would use them throughout the term. So we just keep collecting vocabulary we don't know. All right, so here's where we begin together. We're looking at what is a synonym. And we want to define a synonym, of course, as a word having the same or nearly the same meaning as another. So examples that I as a teacher came up with, happy, so happy, glad, delighted, joyful, they're all, of course, synonyms. So we now ask, what examples can you, students, come up with? Let's start with a synonym. I know that you guys are so excited. So, what synonyms can you come up with for excited? And you're so excited. You look and see it on your face. Sorry? Ecstatic. Love that one. What else?
Enthusiastic.
Enthusiastic. Absolutely. Thank you, Lyra. Ecstatic, enthusiastic. Mrs.Williams, do you have one? Thrilled. Thrilled. All right, great. So we get the idea of what a synonym is. And of course, there is a dictionary of synonyms and antonyms, which of course are opposites of the word. So opposite of excited would be bored, perhaps. It's called a thesaurus. And I've actually handed out some thesaurus that in dictionaries that my students here can use. Of course, you guys online, dictionary.com, thesaurus.com. All right, so now it's time to look at our treasure chest activity. So, look what I have here. I have treasure chest. You guys can see my treasure chest? Can they see you? Okay. No.
Beg your pardon, what is it?
Okay.
I didn't hear.
Stop share. Okay, I'm going to stop share. All right, can you see me now? This is my treasure chest. Can you guess what's in here, everybody?
Yes, we're here.
What's in here?
Beads.
Beads. What else? Kira, what you have for me? What is in here?
Coins.
Coins. If we're lucky today. All right, let's go, people. Let's open it up and let's see what's inside. You guys get the first look. See all the stuff in here. We have shells. We're going to pass them around. We have shells. And we have candy in there because every good teacher knows they need to brag their students with food. All right, so can you please take out a shell, a candy, and 3-word cards from the box. So that was the list of words I sent you guys. That's what's in there. Our list of all kinds of different random words, some to do with the C, some not necessarily with the C, but words that we're going to play with. All right. So we're now going to play with these words a bit. What I'm going to ask the students here to do, and you guys can do it at home if you like, is to, I'm also going to hand out some empty, cards with nothing on it. And they're just pieces of paper, not word cards. I'm going to ask you to take some and pass them down. And yeah, like 3, 2, 3. So you're going to write on them when you're ready. All right, so we have some words here. This one is like brain, slimy, surfboard, driftwood, wind, startle. Okay? And what I want to do now is just to play with these words. What combinations can you come up with? So I'm going to put them on the board, something on the board for you guys to come up with. So driftwood. Everybody knows what driftwood is? Pieces of wood that wash up on the shore. We see them all over our coast. Startle, which of course we know, we know that it means to surprise in some way. Wind, freckles, slimy, creepy, brain. Okay, so there's no rules to this game. All we're doing is we're using these words, and we can change the verb tense, for example, if we need to make it startles, right? Because we know, of course, he or she startles another person. We can make it freckle, one freckle, whatever you want to do. So I want you to use these words and try and come up with some interesting combinations. Try and put 3 together. They don't have to make sense. Don't worry about it. So you guys have 3. If you want to take from any of these, you can. If you want to add your own on your own piece of paper, that would be great too. Combine them. Just combine 3 words. Just try and get some interesting phrases going here. I'm gonna write some other ones on here. Hook. Yes, we had rip. We had, of course, I'm hoping that these guys are going to add some words that, of course, are even more obvious about the sea. So things like sea, those are not in my chest, but those are ones that, of course, students would be brainstorming on, the things that associate with the sea. Remember, everything we're going to do today, the theme is the sea. So it could be fish, because all those things we saw in the video, shark, turtle. All right. So I'm telling you guys too, I know you're far away, but try and use 3 of these and come up with an interesting phrase. Don't worry about it. See them? Don't be, yeah, you can see them, right? Okay. Don't be inhibited. This is not an adult thing. There's no grades going on here. We're having fun.
Beg your pardon, 3 of them to come up with a phrase?
Yeah.
We're supposed to use these words.
Okay.
So combine these words in any way you want. And come with one phrase. You can add words if you want. Oh, I can find that step. Okay. You just I'm going to walk around the classroom and have my groups. All right. So we could be a creepy flock on the edge, for example. We could be applying turquoise green. What's that? Sure.
Yes.
Want some more? Sure. Add some more. Add some more around.
You know, this is what better.
Look at my box. Oh, look. I'm trying to dig it up. I'm trying to dig up to bring her today. All right, how are we doing, guys? We have, I'm going to give you 60 seconds left. 60 seconds left. Just one phrase. I'm going to erase this one so I can make space a bit. Okay, guys, 15 seconds to go. 15 seconds to go. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go. Shoshana, start with you. Okay, Vernon, start with you. Shoshana's still working. Vernon, give me a phrase.
All right, saltiness.
Talk loudly, please, Vernon, so we can.
Saltiness blue, feathered pirate.
So what is the first phrase? Sorry? Just one phrase. Just give me one phrase.
Saltiness blue, feathered pirate.
Saltiness blue feathered pirate. Yes, I think some of the pirates would have liked to feather them and tar them. All right. Miss Williams, give us one.
I have slimy, scary turquoise.
Slimy, scary turquoise. That's some sea you don't want to go into. All right. How about Carrie? You ready, Carrie?
Okay, I have freckled driftwood on the sea.
Oh, I love it. Freckled driftwood on the sea. Nice. All right. Lira, Kira.
I have slimy curls of feathers.
Slimy what?
Curls of feathers.
Slimy curls of feathers. Oh, yes, from the list. Great. I love it. All right. Lira. Lira, your turn.
Driftwood startled slimy fish.
Sorry, you broke up.
Driftwood startled slimy fish.
Driftwood startled slimy fish. Nice alliteration going on there. Thank you very much. Shoshana, you have one?
Okay.
Talk loudly, please.
Striped, startled brain.
Striped, startled brain. That's how our brains are feeling right now. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay, I want to now just go to, I'm going to go back to my screen share. Okay. All right. So, nice. Okay. So that's what we were just doing. We were playing with words, just trying to come up with, just getting our brains activated, getting us thinking about different things we can do with these kind of words. Now, I want us to use the word that you have and add a synonym. Because remember, our objective today is to define synonyms and be able to use synonyms. Okay? So remember, synonym is a word that is very much like the opposite, like another word. So we use, remember, our excited and ecstatic. So now I'd like you to choose a word and create one or two synonyms for that word. Any word you want. Preferably adjective, but I don't mind.
Sorry,
Choose a word from your group and add two synonyms to go with that word. Any word you have. I prefer adjectives because they're describing words, we know that. So I prefer adjectives, but I'm taking anything right now. Add a synonym, and we're going to come back.
Sorry, Ashley, can you come again? Any word to
Use
my...
any word that you want off the list or what you made up and create 2 synonyms. Just think of 2 synonyms to go with that word. Okay, you have 30 seconds. You can ignore this for now. All right, and we have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Quickly, let's go. Lyra, tell me, what word you chose and what are your synonyms?
Okay, I chose startle. So my 2 synonyms are scare and frighten.
Excellent. Kira, tell me.
I chose slimy, so I have slippery and greasy.
Slippery and greasy, nice. Carrie, what you got?
Okay, my word was freckled, so I got spotted and checkered.
Spotted and what?
Checkered. I don't know. I couldn't find another one.
That's fine. Yep, lovely word. Miss Williams, tell us what you got.
All right, so I used the scary
And I added frightening, creepy. Frightening and creepy. Yep, Vernon, tell me.
Still not there.
Not there yet. Tashana.
Okay, so I use stripes and startle, so my sentence would be lined and shocked.
Okay, so startled and shocked and lined and stripes. Good. Vernon. Okay, Vernon is thinking. While Vernon is thinking, we're going to talk a little bit about word choice, because remember what we're doing today is creating synonym poems. Poems, writing poems, are a creative process, and very key to poems is the word choice. What the words we choose, okay? So let's look at my example. Sting and hurt, skinny, slender. So sting is something that hurts you, painful. So synonym would be hurt. Let's start with that. And then skinny and slender, both of which describe somebody who is skinny and slender. All right. However, they're very different words. Think about when you use someone that's, when you say, oh, she was a slender lady, versus, oh, she's a skinny lady. Can you just tell me what comes to mind? What is the mood? What you feel when you think of skinny versus slender?
One is more positive.
Carrie, tell me.
Well, one is more positive. If you called somebody a skinny person, they might be offended.
Right.
But if you said slender, then they would absolutely feel as if they look like a supermodel, kind of.
Absolutely. It's a more elegant word, right? Slender woman walking on the catwalk, as opposed to the skinny woman, the skinny model woman walking down the street. Okay, great.
Yes, almost anorexic.
Absolutely. Sting and hurt. Can someone tell me about that? The bee stung me versus I got hurt. Anything? Anything comes to mind here? Sting versus hurt?
Sting would suggest that there is some after effect.
Some after effect.
Right. So
Okay.
you're going to get a swelling, you're going to feel a pinch,
Right.
you're going to feel woozy.
Okay.
And it stems on something physical.
Physical.
But most of the time brings up an emotional.
Interesting. Very interesting. So my boyfriend hurt me when he broke up with me versus the bee stung me when I was in the garden. Okay. So, and somebody say even that sting is a more exciting word than hurt, right? More specific word. You know, so anything can hurt you. A falling tree can hurt you, but a sting is from some kind of insect or other thing that you really touch. Okay? So that's I want you to keep in mind that the selection of words is very important in poetry. And it's not haphazard, right? No poet goes out and says, oh, I just just use these 5 words, bam, 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 we're done. The poet takes a lot of time brainstorming, which is the activity we've just done, and to try and figure out what's the best word for my exercise. Okay, so we're going to go back to sharing, and we're going to, all right. Okay, examples of synonym poems. We'll talk a little bit about what synonym poems are, but I'd like you just to look at them. So let me read the first one. Title is fast, swift, speedy, fleet, or quick. Go too fast and you'll make me sick. Vernon, can you read the next one for us?
Sorrow must include you, but this old trash won't be from us.
Right, and the name of that poem is?
Rancid.
Rancid, all right. How about Kerry? Would you like to read the last one, please?
Okay, spirit, goblin, boogeyman, they will haunt you if they can.
Excellent. All right. So let us now look. I want to look at some of the rules of synonym poems. Synonym poem is a descriptive poem, and we can see that quickly. Look at the number of adjectives we have here: swift, speedy, fleet, sour, musty, putrid. Even though they're not adjectives, they are in the last one. They are nouns that are very specific to the kind of encounter you're having. It's a scary encounter, the boogeyman, goblin, or spirit. So they're descriptive. They're also always made up of one rhyming couplet. When we hear the word couplet, what do we think of? What's a couplet? We've always, some of us may have been as a couple. What's a couple? Anybody? Kira.
Two.
Sorry, go ahead.
Something that has 2 in it.
2, right? A couple, a man and a woman, okay? A boy and a girl, okay? So a couplet is just, it's very simple, 2 lines, okay? Rhyming, we all know about rhyming. Bat, cat, we've been doing that since we began to speak. So can somebody tell me what is in the first example? What are the things that, what are the 2 words that are rhyming in the first example? Vernon? Quick and sick. Tashana, in the second one, what are the 2 things that are rhyming? Rotten, forgotten. And the last one, boogeyman and they can. A very innovative use of rhyme. So of course the rhyme is always at the what point in the poem, Mrs.Williams? Oh, sorry, at the end. At the end. We're just bringing this one back into the fold, everybody. All right. So if the rhyme is always at the end. Can anybody tell me anything about the length of the lines in these poems? What do you notice about the length of the lines in these poems? So the first line compared to the second line. What is the, is there a similarity or a difference? Tell me.
The first line seems to be shorter.
A little shorter, right? A little shorter, but almost the same. And in fact, we won't go into this today, but at some point we'll talk about syllables. And actually, there are almost the same number of syllables in the first line as there are in the second line. We'll discuss it at length in another lesson. But just to know that, just in terms of visually, we can see that the first and the second line is almost the same. All right, and then the last idea is that to look at each line, and we will see that each line, the first line is always 3 or 4 synonyms or descriptive words. So we talked about that. The first, I'm checking the points, but I can't point. Anyway, you guys can see. The first line, swift, speedy, fleet, or quick, right? All synonyms. In terms of ghost, spirit, goblin, bogeyman, descriptive words describing the kind of character. All right? So the first line is always that. The second line always says something about how you feel about the subject or describes the subject a little more. So it says something in the first line, in the first instance. The second line says, go too fast and you'll make me sick. In other words, by being speedy, you're making you sick. Vernon, can you tell me what the second line of Rancid, that poem, what is it telling you about the subject? What do you think the poet's persona's feeling about the subject is?
Right, that well, one is negative from this whole track.
Negative, right?
To that negative situation or person or persons has made quite an impact.
Right. Right. And so in other words, it's not going to be forgotten. You'll always remember that, and we can all relate to that. The smell of that is just something that sticks with us all. All right. Great. So guess what we're going to do now? You can imagine what we're going to do now. We are going to go. Share screen. Sorry. This is very difficult coming in out of here. I want to tell you. Yes, the share screen. Sorry. Moving down. Okay, so we went through these rules. We'll go over them again in a bit. So we're going to time to dive right in and try and figure out a synonym poem as a group. All right, so we have a few minutes to do this. I'm going to, so some of the things we want to start about learning together is what feature of the sea, that's our theme, what are we interested in? Are we interested in, for example, the idea that the sea is a home to many different kind of animals, different types of fish, different turtles and so on? Do we want to talk about the fact that fish, what a fish is like? We need to decide that. Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to say that what we would do normally is we break up into pairs and discuss this at some length and come together, decide on some descriptive adjectives, and then work the poem together. I do not think we have enough time for that. So that is what be my idea. And then the next step would be to go through our revision checklist. So look at the rules of a synonym poems and make sure that our class group poem meets those rules. So does it have the rhyming words? Is it a couplet? Have we used synonyms? Is it a complete thought? And then we would go on to doing a final draft together on the whiteboard. And then we do closing activities. A summary of the lesson. Just to sum up, we now know what a synonym is. We now know what a synonym poem is. We now know how to use brainstorming to generate ideas in order to create such a poem or any kind of writing piece. It could be a speech, it could be a letter, it could be a text message. Brainstorming is always a useful activity. Drafting, of course, and evaluation, and review and evaluation. For homework, I brought some postcards about the sea, and I was going to hand them out to the students, and they would use this photo for inspiration and write their own synonym poem. And of course, this is going to form part of the evaluation, overall evaluation in a portfolio as in the term. But it's an actual assignment in the sense of you're writing it to a friend, you're putting an actual address. It'd be nice to actually mail it, right? If there's a way to maybe photocopy for the portfolio and actually mail it out. And finally, as we say in Jamaica, Brota is the poem about crabs, which I circulated by email, and I will pass on to my colleagues here. If we had the time, we would read the poem. Of course, I want to explain that the poem is not a synonym poem. It is a rhyming poem of a much longer length, but it comes from a grade 8 text, and it does deal with the idea of fish in a Caribbean context of children going crabbing. And I think, so I'll just show you quickly the synonym poems that I came up with from what we had. And I'm hoping that you guys would actually do this. It's a really fun activity. It made me think a lot this morning at a very early hour. School, herd, family, flock, their water-filled home is a rock. Creepy, pale, scary slime, my hook screams, it's fish time. All right, so those are two synonym poems I came up with, and I hope you guys. Any questions, class? Is there anything you'd like clarification on? Is there anything you'd like to know more about? And you can always write those questions in your journal and bring them to class next tonight. Or you can discuss this. That's it. Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, just before we move on to, thanks Ashley. Before we move on to So, Lira, what do you guys think? We need something more specific than great. What were the things that made it particularly great for you? Was it engaging, the sweets first, the bride, the bride worked for you over here. What else? The card. Good. Yes, these cards were the words. So all the stimulus material that would have been taken to this workshop. The dictionary, the thesaurus, that children didn't have them. The words, the actual treasure box with treasures in it. And, sorry, anything else? What about Lira, Kira, Kerry? Was there anything
I think there was sufficient scaffolding as well. Hold on. She provided enough examples to guide the students to the level where she wants them to be.
Yeah.
Also, the use of allowing the students to come up with synonyms to a word that they had previously used was good to get them thinking on the topic.
Yes. Kira, anything to add? No? All right. So what I particularly like, this was supposed to be focusing on the brainstorming components, right? And I liked, like I said, the fact that you had all of these resources, which would have allowed the students to literally handle things and create their own concepts and share and talk and whatnot. I love that. So I loved that they were engaging with the language and they were in a very practical fashion, really. And they were sharing with each other. They would have seen the examples before they actually got into the writing. So, well done.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your participation.
All right. So, Lira, you're next.
Okay, I'm soliciting your help, Miss William, because sometimes I share screen and it doesn't work for me here. I tried it in and so I sent you a PowerPoint.
But guess what happened now?
You don't have your laptop?
No? You want to use mine? Wait, let me see if I can sign into. All right, tell you what. Can you try to share screen?
Okay, let me try. Yeah?
Right, so when you get that task
there is a video, yes, that has to play. That is the video that has to play. Sometimes I noticed for me the volume, they don't hear the volume.
All right, so we have it here at its highest, so now we're able to hear you clearly. What I wanted to do is that share screen icon. It's a green box with a little arrow pointing upwards.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
All right.
I just hope when I get the video that when I play the video that y'all can hear it very clearly.
All right, so just try it out for me to let us see if it works. Otherwise, I'll just go into my email and try to retrieve it.
Okay. I sent it to everyone's email actually. So because now my internet is very, very slow today. Okay, this one.
People, you hope you can get a raise by doing.
Okay. Share screen.
All right, so you have
desktop. I'm just trying it, huh? I'm just trying it.
Right, but you have to share screen first, and then that will give you the option to select. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing it now.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just play it. That's not how I'm starting, huh? So I'm just going.
Yeah.
The same kind of thing apply when your son or your daughter brings home good grades.
We're getting so much feedback on this discussion.
Are you hearing?
Yes, we can. Carrie, can you?
You hearing?
Carrie, can you hear it?
It's not as loud as I would expect it, but I'll train my ears. I'll tune in.
Hear you? Can you?
Yes, I can hear it.
Okay. We're good.
Okay, so I'm going to start back sharing just now.
Yeah, we don't expect it to be perfect. We know it's a little bit awkward going from one screen to the next, so we will
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Oh boy. I'm in class. I can speak to you now. I'll call. Okay. Just now. I'm trying to get that slide to take up my entire. Okay. All right. Oh boy. How do I get to the share screen now? I would. That thing is really, wow, quite challenging. Okay. Desktop, share screen. Okay. Is everyone seeing a PowerPoint?
Yes. Welcome back.
Okay. Welcome back. All right. So let me begin. First of all, I have to. I'm giving the setting of my classroom. A grade 9 set of students at a secondary school will be undergoing a writing workshop that deals with the introduction of argumentative writing. Okay? The workshop will help them to acquire the skills that are necessary in writing the introduction of an argumentative piece. For example, the thesis statement, the general statement, the thesis statement, and the 3 points that they will be using to support their thesis statements. The students are coming from a background where they have been taught argumentative writing, but they have particular problems in pulling their arguments together, especially their introductions are does not flow well, and does not include the 3 points that I previously mentioned. Let me see, what else can I say about them? Okay, they come from rural communities where the native tongue is mainly spoken at homes and in their communities. So articulating their thoughts into standard English poses a problem for them sometimes. Okay?
Yeah.
And what I hope to accomplish, let's go down to the objectives. Okay. I hope that students are able to read critically to ascertain the purpose, audience, and writing conventions in writing an argumentative piece. I hope that they are able to apply the writing process, brainstorming, planning, drafting, pre-writing, revising, editing when writing an argumentative introduction. I hope that they are able to identify the aspects of the introduction of an argumentative essay, which is a general statement or rhetorical question, a thesis statement, and 3 arguments or reasons to support their points. And I hope that the students will listen, attentively and follow the task that are given. All right. So now that we have this preamble, let's go back to the PowerPoint. Are you all still seeing the PowerPoint?
No, we're seeing the timeline.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so let's close that. Do we need it again?
No, I'm going to put up the PowerPoint. I needed it actually for referencing purposes.
Okay. So you can just close it if you don't need it.
Okay. I'm just going to do it off my head. All right. So welcome back, everyone. You are in the part of the writing workshop after a break. Okay. The students came in at 9. They spent about an hour, and then they were sent on a break for 15 minutes. So they are now back for another part of the writing workshop. So they've been introduced to the concepts. They've been briefed for samples of what is expected when writing the introduction of an argument. So they have that pre-knowledge already. So students, We are going to get started, and the first thing we are going to do, I need your undivided attention. You are going to watch this video.
You hope you can get a raise by doing a good job at work, but should the same kind of thinking apply when your son or your daughter brings home good grades?
We're getting so much feedback on this discussion, and we would like to hear your opinion on our Facebook page. But before you express your thoughts, News 4's Jacqueline Ortiz looked into it and lays out the pros and cons of money for good grades. That's new at 6.
Received a presidential education.
Without a doubt, Cassandra Pena says paying her 3 boys for their A's is something that's working out for her and for them. She has a son in 6th, 4th, and 3rd grades, and they've never brought home anything but A's and B's.
If they get all A's, they do get $20.
Dr. John Beach, a local family psychologist, says there's no right or wrong way, but there are consequences to consider.
When we set a plan in place, it's likely that they're going to expect that plan to continue for a long time.
Recent research out found money for grades is sometimes more helpful for boys than girls. Dr. Beach says, know your child.
I would encourage parents to, number one, figure out with each of their kids what tends to be the best motivator.
He also suggests a different alternative than money, saying sometimes children don't remember what they bought with the money, so instead,
the best option, I believe, would be to give kids incentive to earn things like quality time with the family, having an outing that they might build up a certain number of points.
Meanwhile, Cassandra says she's sticking with what works for her, hoping all the money now will make a huge difference later on.
Down the line, you know, hopefully it'll lead to scholarships and, you know, all this other great stuff to where it'll be less expensive college-wise and more expensive now.
Now let's hear from you. Go to our News 4 San Antonio Facebook page and tell us what you think about money for good grades. Jacqueline Ortiz, News 4 San Antonio.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, students. So now that you have watched this video clip and you see a question being asked and they're speaking about they're answering the question in the news clipping of should students be paid for getting good grades? What are your thoughts about the news clipping that you just viewed?
You're grading your students with idea.
Give me the money.
Okay, beg your pardon, Vernon, you need the money?
Give the money. I give you all the years that you know what I don't do some things.
Okay, so Vernon agrees. What's about Shoshana?
I agree as well.
Okay, so I would like a little more thought. When you tell me if you agree or disagree with the statements, okay, whether you should be paid. Right now, I'm supposed to be using the bullet board that Ashley was using.
Okay, right.
Whether you to do 2 columns, whether you should be paid for getting good grades or whether you should not be paid for getting good grades. And you will tell me all the reasons why or why not. So don't just say yes, you agree, or no, you do not agree. Tell me why, or why you don't think that you should be paid. Yes.
I'm going to play the role of the nerd, and I disagree. And
Okay.
I think it will make students cheat on assignments and take shortcuts just to get the A's so they can get money.
Okay, make students cheat. Okay. Thank you very much, Ashley. Okay, let me hear somebody else.
As long as we have agreed.
Okay, go ahead, Vernon.
As long as we have agreed on the way that I want, you can pay me all the money that you just put aside the money. You get the A's. Work hard and do what is necessary. Don't know if that I have to cheat. But I've been absolutely motivated.
Okay, thank you, Vernon. All right, let me hear somebody else. Kira?
I don't think that they should be paid because they're supposed to get good grades anyway. You know, so
Well, Kira, you're speaking as a student, so it's you. Why should you not be paid?
But that is your job. Your job is to get good grades anyway. So why should you get money to get good grades? And what happens if like your parents don't have the money anymore? Like if they pay you now, then you expect to always be paid. What if money runs out or something happens, they lose their job? You know. So I think when you stop giving them, if you cannot give them money anymore, like they will just not care to work as well as they would.
Okay, you would not care. Okay, all right. Carrie Ann?
Mira, I just got back on. My internet keep throwing me off. What's the question you asked?
Okay, the video that you just watched asking whether students should be paid for getting good grades. I'm asking your opinion as a student.
As a student?
Yes, as a student. Should you be paid? Because you're a student, right? Remember?
Oh,
should
definitely.
You be paid to get good grades or should you not be paid to get good grades?
Yeah, certainly. It will be a motivation for me if I am paid, especially because I know I'm going to be paid the same way in which I know my mother goes to work and she gets paid for whatever she does. I would like to be paid too.
Okay, thank you very much, Carrie Ann. Shoshana, I need to hear from you.
Same reason as everybody else, motivation. I think it will encourage me to continue to work hard and ensure that I always get an A. So definitely, I would like to get paid for my A's.
Okay. Motivator. Okay, and lastly, Ms. Williams.
Okay, so I don't know that I agree with being paid to produce good grades because of what Kira said in terms of this is what I'm supposed to be doing. But at the same time, I don't think it is sustainable. Am I going to have to work for A's just because I'm getting paid or because of the pleasure of accomplishing this A because I've worked hard for it and I'm learning something? So I don't know that I'd want to be paid. Sometimes, yes, but not every single time.
Okay. All right. So based on, thank you very much for your opinions and your views. And I'm going to recap what you guys just said under the two headings, okay? You can look at the imaginary screen that I wrote it on. So underneath the should be paid column, we have four reasons, but the main reason that you students have noted is that yes, you should be paid because it would really act as a motivator to your getting good grades. Okay. Another one was that you should be paid because just like an adult goes to a job every morning and then the adult gets paid at the end of the day for doing well or for doing the work that they have done for the day, school is also like a job. You get up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you dress, you go somewhere for 8 hours and you come back on the evening. So why shouldn't you be paid also for going to school and getting good grades as a matter of fact? So for all of these reasons that you guys said there about it will cause you to work harder, you will really give all the A's that you can get. And even in the video, you notice that the parent who does pay her free boys for good grades says that from the time she started implementing this policy, she noticed that they have never gotten anything less than a C. A's and B's all the way. Okay? So there are so many other reasons why students can consider that they should be paid. All right. And then if the students should not be paid to get good grades, your opinions were it would cause students to cheat on assignments and exams because they're so enthusiastic about the getting of the money at the end of the good grade that they would go to any lengths to obtain the good grade, whether it's a good thing or bad thing. The second reason is that good grades is your job as a student. Okay, and as such, money should not be a motivator to getting good grades, but self-satisfaction should be the motivator to getting good grades. You feel like you have achieved something within yourself. That should be your motivation. And then the last opinion we had on the should not be paid is the opinion that is being paid for grades sustainable? Is it something that parents can continue doing all the time? What if you have really gotten excellent grades, even better than last term, and the student and the child demands that they need to be paid more money than they were getting before? Can parents continue to pay students for getting good grades all the time? All right, so based on all of these ideas and these opinions that you have just shared, I want you to open your folders and take out your graphic organizer. As you can see on the slide, well, it didn't come out perfect. It's better in your email. And open your graphic organizers. Open your folders and take out your graphic organizers so that you can put in these same opinions and points that you have shared, so that you can put in this information in the graphic organizer. Now, what you are going to be doing, you are creating an outline of your introduction of the argument, and it's the same argument, the same question that we just dealt with. Should students be paid for getting good grades? The first thing that you will be identifying, as you can see in your graphic organizer, is your general statement or your rhetorical question. This is your first statement that says where you stand. Do you believe that they should, or do you believe that they should not? Next, you will do your thesis statement. Okay, this also identifies your claim. And then you will identify 3 reasons to support your thesis. Now, you gave a lot underneath each of them. I'm sure that you can even come up with some more of your own. All right, so you're going to get 15 minutes. I'll give 15 to 20 minutes to complete this outline. And yes, so that is the outline. Do I make them do it, Miss Williams?
We could do it in 2 minutes instead.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
What's the instruction again?
The instruction is you are filling out this outline based on the question, should students be paid for good grades? For getting good grades.
That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah. Whose rooster is that?
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know. I didn't hear a rooster.
Yeah. Here is that your rooster?
Apparently it's not mine. It's probably a neighbor's. I'm not even hearing it. I don't know how to mute. Where do I go? The share screen. I don't know. Okay, are we done? You're not doing it in detail. Remember, this is just an outline. You are just putting down your points basically.
So we're going to pretend that the 15 minutes have passed?
Well, actually 5 minutes. I said the wrong thing. I just read what I had. 5 minutes. That was the designated time for this activity. Okay, so I'm sure persons are done because this is just an outline. Right? Okay, so now that you have completed the outline of your introduction, okay, do you want to share, did you have any difficulties or any challenges in writing any part of this outline? No answers?
For me, I wasn't sure what to put in my thesis statement, so.
That was done in the earlier part of the lesson, eh? So okay, but remember that your thesis statement is your claim. Your thesis statement is the statement that identifies which part you will be arguing. All right.
Okay.
And then now, did you have any problems in your 3 reasons to support your thesis?
No, I didn't have any problems.
Okay, all right. So now that everyone has done the outline in the graphic organizer, okay, okay, you will use your graphic organizer outline to write the introduction of your argument. Okay, so now you'll put pen to paper and ensure that you follow the format that has been discussed throughout the workshop. So ensure that you have your general statements, your thesis statements, and then your 3 points that you will be arguing just in one sentence. This is just your introduction, and you will have your concluding statements that will just reiterate what your thesis is about. Okay? And students will be given about 15 minutes to do so. All right, and I don't know if Ms. Williams, do you want them to write?
Not necessarily, depends on what you're going to do afterwards.
Okay, so that's the part that I selected to do. It was just the pre-writing phase, not the pre-writing phase, sorry. The pre-writing phase, because after that they go on into the checklist, So they go into revising and editing.
Okay, so it's just
All
like
right.
it's harnessing.
Yes. After that, they go into a checklist, and then they exchange each other's first drafts, and then they put it against a checklist.
Okay. So essentially, you're saying you're finished.
Well, after the checklist, there is a slight discussion, and then on the errors and mistakes that the students made based on the checklist, and that is the writing workshop. Yes.
Right, but I'm saying, is your presentation finished at this
Yes,
point?
yes, 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 yes.
All right. All right,
Miss Williams.
thank you, Lyra.
Miss Williams,
Yes.
can I request that I do not go last, please?
What,
My last name is Ray.
So you don't want to be the last person to go?
No, at all, no.
Why? Why not?
Bad luck, yes. No.
Because Dorma isn't here as yet, it means that she would have forfeited her chance to go after Kira. Anyway,
Okay.
so we're going to just move her to the bottom.
Okay.
All right, so anything you, thank you, Kira. I mean, sorry, Lyra, thank you very much. There were some things I liked about that, but I also had some questions. But let me hear from your colleagues first, if there is anything that they want to say.
I like the video. I thought the video was very appropriate. The kids having a lot of discussion around that video. And I really actually feel that generally if we have technology at our disposal, we need to tie that kind of work into writing. Because that's the way the kids think. That's what they're interested in. Yeah, and that will really get the conversation going. And I like the idea of your whiteboard, which we saw with the columns, because again, that's a graphical representation of the points, which I think is really important to do. So it's not just, oh, she said again, I can't remember what the point was. It's right there in front of you. It's easy to work with.
Yeah. Anything else? But you two busy doing your. Yeah.
And like the graphic organizer, because this was one of the topics that I saw great trends for them to revisit. Can you say we're going to start the organizer, Leo? Leo?
If there, she can by email.
Huh?
Graphic online, she sent by email.
Yeah, no, but this is not a full.
He wants it for the whole essay.
Yes, because I need to.
Then you're going to use this and create one paper?
No, they're not doing the entire essay. Eh?
No,
I'm asking you to send it to me because
he's hoping that you did one for the whole essay that you can send to him, but you have just burst his bubble that you're unsure. That's the only question you can.
Right, so that was good because I can see where it can help students to really learn how to, organize themselves and be organized. So that was good.
Okay. Sasha, what anything to add? I like the video. The video was very catchy. It's a great way to begin the presentation. I had me thinking really a lot about the reward for getting A's. So I like the video aspect of it. Also, the outline. If you think about it, giving it to students is a very nice way of breaking down the essay format. So the graphic organizer for the intro, yes, the graphic organizer is a great way of breaking this format to make writing simpler for students. Yes, that's awesome. Yeah. Kira or Carrie, anything to add?
I like the topic that she chose for the essay, the argumentative essay, because it's something I'm sure that that would generate a lot of discussion among the students. I'm sure the majority would want to be paid, and you probably get one or two who would say no.
Right.
I could see that topic generating a lot of discussion and debate among the students. So that was good.
Right. So I can imagine in a bigger group that there will be more discussions back and forth. And I particularly liked the video. At first I was like, a news clip with a group of grade 9 students, how would that work? But then the topic itself would have brought them into this notion that just to examine, I guess, their own attitude to whether they should be paid for grades or not. So I liked that. And what was very evident from that activity, remember we started looking at writing, how you get the students into writing by talking. Remember that? So that video, which would have generated the discussion, would have helped to come up with the ideas that they're going to actually, segment into pros, cons, and then they use that, depending on where they sit, to start doing the writing. So I generally liked this approach. All right, so kudos to you. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the next up is Kira.
Okay, let me put my PowerPoint up.
All right, so you know how to share a screen, right?
Oh, hold on. Share screen.
All right. Do you see when you hover the cursor?
I see share screen. I'm just looking for what I want to share. I'm not seeing.
Okay.
Yes. This on my screen.
Let's do it.
Go to Zoom meeting and put the address in there. Let's go to Zoom meeting. When you enter that meeting address, join meeting here. Put in that number. So number there 791. Oh, actually, they sent that email. Don't forget the number up too. You're at Zoom?
Right, that's the signing versus signing.
No, don't do the signing. Just go to the top bar, it says join meeting. You don't do signing.
Have we lost you?
Hello?
We're not seeing you.
Are you not seeing anything?
We're not seeing you at all. Okay, you're starting to share now. So it should come in a minute.
Yeah, I think my computer is very slow. Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Can you see a PowerPoint?
Not yet. Okay, so we see what's in what's that? Your documents, I think. So we see setting PowerPoint, flow chart, Johnny, rubric for evaluating, setting, writer's workshop, mini lesson.
Okay, well, I'm trying to open the PowerPoint. I don't know why it's taking so long. Can you see the PowerPoint?
No, because I think you have to close that folder, yeah, close that or minimize it.
You want to do it for me there?
Yeah, I want to. It's just, oh no, okay, so we've lost it again. All right, Kira.
Yes.
Tell you what, open the PowerPoint and then minimize it, then come back to share screen, click on that and it should take you back to the option to just click on the PowerPoint and get it. I think. Yeah, we're seeing it now.
You seeing the full thing?
Yeah, so we're seeing the PowerPoint now. Elements of a short story setting, of a story setting.
Elements of a story setting. Okay. So my class is grade 9 English class. Can you hear me?
Start again, please.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you very clearly.
Okay, so we're asking to start again, please. I heard grade 9 and that's about it.
Okay, so that it's a grade 9 class in a rural secondary school.
Yes.
Okay. It's a group of 35 students, mostly boys, 15 girls, 20 boys. And we have been working on writing a story. And this class I'm presenting is actually the second class in the writing workshop.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, students. On Tuesday, we started studying the elements of a story, and then we looked at two elements. We looked at character and we looked at plot. And we said that the characters were the people who make the things happen and to whom things happen in the story. And then the plot includes the events or the things that happen in the story. Okay, then you got a chance to write your short story, and then you shared it with the class. And you had some very good stories. For example, we heard about Dahmer's eccentric neighbor and the tricks the boys in the neighborhood like to play on her, and what happened in the end. And then Vernon's story was about the bullies in his previous class. Okay, and that was also very interesting, and we enjoyed that. Now today I want us to focus on the setting of your story. Okay, so to start, we look at the objectives of our class. So we're going to define setting, understand what the elements of setting are, and identify the elements in a story. And to do that, we are going to look at, a video. And as you are looking at the video, oh boy, I want you to ask yourselves some questions. I'm going to try to share the video. Oh, yeah. Can you see my video?
No, because you have to do the whole share screen thing all over again.
Oh, every time you have to share the screen every time?
Yeah, tedious, don't. I know. But
Okay.
you have to stop share and then write. So do it all over again.
Okay.
So find the video, then click on share screen, then click on the video.
Can you do that for YouTube?
Yeah. But you have to open the YouTube first and then.
Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Pink plasma.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to look at this video, and as you're watching, I want you to ask yourselves a few questions. I want you to ask yourselves what time of day it is, what place it is, how do you feel as you watch the video? Okay.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to pause our video here. We won't look at the entire video.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, can you identify where is the character? Vernon, can you tell us where the character is?
Where is it?
Where was Pink Panther?
Oh, in a castle somewhere in Transylvania.
Okay, he was in a castle, all right. And what about the time of day? So Shauna, could you identify what time of day it was?
And what kind of day?
Time of day.
Nightish.
Look like it was at night. Okay, good. And what about the weather, Ashley?
The weather was terrible.
The weather? Mm-hmm.
Storm and clouds and rain and lightning.
Okay, oh, good. And Lyra, how did you feel as you looked at the video?
Anxious and kind of frightened for Pink Panther.
Okay, excellent. So all the answers that you gave us an idea of what the setting of a story is. And I'm going to try, I don't know if I should try to share the screen again or should I just continue?
It depends on what you want to accomplish. So if it is necessary for us to see it, then sure.
This is a PowerPoint is what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
So we identify the place, we say the place is a geographical location. So in the case of Pink Panther, we said he was at a hotel, but then the place can be anywhere. It can be a beach, it can be a classroom, a restaurant, any physical location is a place. Okay. Then you also have the time. When is the story taking place? For Pink Panthers, the video we just watched, the time was in the evening time, we said. But the time could also be a historical period. So it can be maybe during World War I, during World War I, or during Shakespeare's time, or in the 60s. Okay, so it can be, time could be time of day, or it can also be a historical period. The weather condition, the environment, is also part of setting. So for environment, you look at the weather conditions. Is it stormy? Is it rainy? Is it sunny? You also look at the mood and atmosphere. What feeling is created as you're reading the story? So are you frightened? Is it a cheerful kind of atmosphere? Is it dark? Is it frightening? Okay. All right. So I have sent you a flow chart. I think I sent everybody a flow chart.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, so we are going to take a few minutes to brainstorm the setting of our story, to really work on the setting of our story. And you're going to use the flow chart to write the time that your story is taking place. You're going to write the place where your story is going to happen, and you're going to put the environment, the weather conditions, and also any kind of mood that you want your reader to feel as they're reading your story. So let's just take a couple of minutes and complete that flow chart.
Can I send it to us?
You don't have it?
You can send it?
Yes, I see your name on the list. You did.
I got it. It's underneath resources for the workshop.
Let me try and put it on the screen.
No, they haven't.
Oh, okay.
So, sorry, what is it? Any topic?
We are still working with you're going to pretend that you have the essays from the last class. So you're going to write, you're going to develop your setting.
But any topic, like it could be a mountain scene, it could be a.
Yes, we're doing descriptive writing, and so any topic.
Any topic, okay.
Any story, yeah.
Okay.
That's what we usually do.
So you use the graphic organizer. So a lot of videos that you want to do in your
The people are doing great work, man. You want to say to someone? This is correct. I just came in this stuff as September. Right, so.
Okay, take a minute to finish, please.
All right, so consider no.
Yes. Okay, so we are going to listen. I'm going to share the setting for your story. And we are going to start with Carrie Ann. See what you have in your, listen to what you have in your flowchart.
Okay, well, I was gonna change mine because I didn't like it anymore. But so the time is late night, midnight, very, 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 very dark, and the setting or the place, it's in the forest, and the environment is filled with very creepy sounds of animals, and I'm supposed to be in there and I'm lost.
Okay, very good, very good. So we have place, time, environment. Excellent. Good. Miss Williams, could I hear your setting?
I didn't do it though.
Okay.
It's a need nerds.
Yeah, no.
You want me to go?
Hey, Lyra, thanks.
Okay, time, early morning, like I would say between 7 and 8 a.m., early morning. The place is Jade Gardens, which is an estate in Soufre.
All right.
The environment, very clean, crisp air, sunshine, blue skies, green lawn, and sparkles of colors from flowers all around. I'm thinking of a wedding setting.
Okay, very good, Lyra. Ashley?
So mine is in one afternoon in the summer. The place is a
waterfall, and it's a bright day in a rural forested area in the mountains of St. Anne.
Good. So Shona?
Okay. Mine is a cold and lonely night in a deep, cold and lonely night in the deep of the rainforest in what's that place? It's
It's a cold, lonely night in a rainforest, you said?
the deep woods. The rainforest.
Oh, in the deep woods.
Yes.
Okay, good. And Vernon?
Well, mine is just a nowhere, dark night, the silvery mountains, peaks, frozen against the blurry outline of the sky, and that's where it's
Dark and silvery out there.
Okay.
dark silvery night. So it's
Okay, there's moon?
right. So there's
Okay.
moon, but it's not exactly. It's nothing is clear.
Okay. So I kind of put mine together, yeah?
Okay, go ahead, Miss.
Okay. So it's like 6 a.m. and I'm hiking up the Blue Mountain Trail. So Blue Mountain is like our highest mountain peak in Jamaica. So I'm hiking up one of those trails, and it's very cold but peaceful. And the sun is coming over the peak, so you can see it kind of diminishing the mist, which is hanging heavy in the valleys. Yeah.
Very good. So you all came up with some very good settings. And something that you did also, that when you were describing your settings, you used really vivid words. For example, Lyra she said clean and crisp. So somebody else mentioned cold and lonely. All right, so it's important that as you're developing your setting, that you also use words that appeal to the different senses. All right, good. All right, so now that you have done the flow chart, I want you to actually write your story and pay particular attention to the development of your story. And as you're writing, you could share what you've written with your friends and listen to what they say. You can read theirs and tell them what you think. Then we'll take some time afterwards to listen to one person's story and to give them feedback. Okay. So we're just pretending that you have written and you've shared.
Yes.
Okay. So somebody like to share their story that they've written? Just the first paragraph.
So we're to pretend and share at the same time?
Pardon?
We're to pretend that we've written it?
Yeah, you have written it. You have shared it with your colleagues, your classmates, and we are going to listen now to what Lyra has written. And you are listening to what Lyra has written. Please look at the rubric that I sent you also for evaluating the setting. Are you ready
Okay.
for this story?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, let the others get the rubric.
The rubric first? Okay, no problem.
Whenever you are ready.
Okay, all right. Although it was 5 o'clock, the sun had already begun to set, and you could hear the crickets chirping in the bush. Sorry. I almost choked there. I'll read it again. Although it was only 5 o'clock, the sun had already begun to set, and you could hear the crickets chirping in the bushes. It was always that way around Christmas time. The village was very quiet. The men and women had already returned from the farms, and dinner was being prepared. If you stood still long enough, the aromas of the pot would drift through your nose. However, at my house, there was no dinner on the stove. It was the second day that my brother was missing. Mom was too worried to cook, and the two of us sat by the window, anxiously awaiting my father's return. Would Johnny be with him?
Okay. Everybody.
Well, Lyra, you're good. I want to know.
I'm excellent. I mean, I could do that in 1 minute.
Okay, so look at the rubric. Let's look at based on what we've just heard, Lyra, and we just listened to Lyra's story. And based on the rubric, can we try to determine how good it was, maybe what she can work on? If you look at point, the part that says excellent, when she gets 5 marks, it exceeds standards. Has she described the setting very well? Is it very vivid? Is she appealing to the senses? Can you imagine the village talking about? Can you see the scene in your head? Okay. Or if you look at maybe, if you say it's good, you give her 4 points. Probably the setting is vividly described, but you have a fair to okay picture in your head of what is happening. All right, then you go to 3, where it's good, but there's still some work that she can do. It can be more vivid. And then if you look at 1, where you just have no idea what she's talking about, you cannot picture the place in your head. All right, so you use that rubric to evaluate your story. Okay, and all right, and then you provide her with some feedback. Does anybody want to share what they think?
I would say it's excellent because I felt that I could hear the crickets, I could see the sun setting, I knew it was a village setting. Even though there was no cooking going on, there was a suggestion of a sense of taste and smell.
Okay.
And of course, there's also a lot of anticipation building up in the paragraph.
Okay, all right. Good. Is there anything that you think she could work on her setting? Anything anybody wants to share? Vernon, what do you think? Do you think there's anything that she could work on, or is it perfect? Is it a 5?
Oh, I'm thinking that she's sitting on something.
You're a student in your grade mindset, just call it a grade.
Right, no, that's what you think. But the story, I like it. I could sense the emotions, the anxiety, the anticipation, the absence of what should be there.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, very good.
Okay. Just something that you probably want to point out is a contrast, because this is an excellent example where contrast is introduced in the setting. So you get a description of what should be the norm around Christmas time. You're hearing the crickets chirping, it's just getting to 5 o'clock, the place is quiet, people cooking these fantastic things, the aromas wafting around. But in this one house, there's none of that. So I thought it was nicely done. So like I said, Lyra / Kira, who wrote it?
Kira wrote it.
No, it was adapted from a story already. No.
Okay.
Story. No.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Something I read. Okay. All right, so good. So now that we have looked at setting and how to describe setting and the element of setting, and for homework, you're going to work on that particular part of your story again, and then you will turn it in when I see you in the next class, and we will move on to another element. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much. Clap, clap, clap. Our new English teacher is doing well. Right, so any comments from the no adult class? What do you think? What would you especially love? What would you improve?
Very good lesson to teach descriptive writing, right, Kira? Yes, on the whole. I particularly like the idea of using the Pink Panther to introduce the students. You know, it's something that they can relate to, this little cartoon. And especially because he doesn't speak, allows you to really pay attention to what is going on. So you're engaged. The students would be engaged in watching everything that's going on because there's no dialogue going on, just the use of their eyes and their brains and figuring it out. So that was very good to introduce it.
Yeah, nice, thanks. Anybody else? I also like Pink Panther, although you're dating yourself, Kira. Anyway, that was what I kind of grew up on. So yeah, you're dating yourself. Anyway, that was very interesting, and I like that you're a graphic organizer. I would suggest to you that what I found useful is to actually give a graphical organizer that not only has those things, but actually has the 5 sentences on them, particularly the younger kids. And then you have to fill in like the thing, the whole thing of the crickets chirping, or like they have to fill in some things that actually, because I found it easy to be like, oh, it was a sunny day, the end. Whereas you wanna, prose thing. I think it's a really good exercise. Congratulations.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
Anybody else? Right, Sasha. Carrie. Vernon.
It was okay. The cartoon is keep up all ages watch cartoon.
I know.
Watch all kinds of cartoons. So the cartoons are good. And you can it's a story, but it's a simple story. But there are the blockages on the hindrances and the sense that some people there around the corner. So it kind of illustrates what is involved in a story. And the setting, the eeriness of the setting, the weirdness, it comes up.
Carrie, Sashana. Nothing? Nothing, Carrie? Okay, 1 second. All right, so what I liked about the use of the cartoon, remember that at the beginning you established that this was a group of students who, there were mostly males in the class as opposed to girls. And remember that to engage boys, they're going to want to give them that sense of adventure. And so here is Pink Panther now going into this, Transylvania, we'll see all the signs. They understand, I don't want the scientists to ask Paul that could actually move the pictures or moving that sort of thing. So imagine boys engaging with this cartoon. I think they would really appreciate this notion of going into danger. All right, so I liked that. And the girls would like it too, because there's the element of humor. Because in most instances, Pink Panther would have been missing danger just by a hair's breadth. So that would have been engaging. So that was good to stimulate, to engage the students and then to stimulate the discussion, because out of that there was the discussion around what it is that the students saw, how they felt, what time of day. What I would suggest that you do with that part of the discussion though, is to make a link. So Kira said something very important. Lyra said something very important when you asked her the questions about how she felt, I think, the question about how she felt. And she said there was this general sense of anxiety about what was happening to Pink Panther. Now, that would have been a perfect opportunity for you to ask why, or what was it that the students saw that made them feel this anxiety. So it would have helped them to make the link between what they see and what they feel, because that's something you want them to develop in their stories as they're describing, as they're writing the description of the setting. But other than that, the cartoon was fine. I liked the graphic organizer, and I take Ashley's suggestion. And I also liked the opportunity where you give them to write and share information or share the discussion and whatnot. And that part about evaluating what was shared by that one student, that piece of writing. So having somebody read theirs and then going through the students as a whole group, now looking at that and saying what is good, and you give them the criteria. So what is excellent, these are the things that you're supposed to see.
My suggestion there though would be to tabulate it. There's not one block of information, just tabulate it so that they have a, it's easier to read. That's all, and that's a simple cosmetic change really. And there were 4, so it was from 1 to 5, but you really didn't have 2 represented. So I would say 4, 1 to 2, and then keep the same criteria there, and then 3, which is, I don't remember what 3 was, but I would just represent 2 on it. Just, so that everything is represented there. But generally speaking though, nicely done.
So can I ask, in that case, in her case, would, I assume the teacher would survey the responses and choose the best one and then bring it back to the class. That's what I'm assuming.
Yes, I think that's what you did, right? Right, Kiro? The suggestion here was that you'd have had an opportunity. Wait, would all the students read their pieces, or would you just select random?
No, we didn't have time for everybody to read, so we'd have to take the best ones. Like, we didn't have time for everybody.
So how would you know which one is the best one?
Oh, that is true.
Right, because I assumed it was a random one.
Well, I was wondering whether it was a random one or you wanted to choose the best one and then evaluate and say, oh, that's the standard we need to live up to.
No, in that case, no, it would just have been a random one because they would have been writing at the time.
Oh, okay.
Everybody just share what they have and then we evaluate.
Okay, the other question I have for anybody is, when you use student rubric like that, do you take that grade into consideration? Like, in other words, or like, do you use that? Do you take it as part of like
the final grade?
Final grade.
Okay. Let me answer that. It depends on where you are. So let us say you feel confident that these are students who have done this a number of times.
Done the writing or
done the writing and the evaluation. So over time, they have developed competence and confidence. If that is the case, and depending on how important that grade is to their overall term grade, then you could possibly consider it. But in the early stages, I wouldn't use it as a part of the final grade. I would use it as more like part of the formative process of the students perfecting the writing. So they get the feedback in class and somebody says, this is excellent, so you don't need to do anything else to that, or this is poor, you need to work on that. So they work on it until you get that final piece. It's just a way of giving them right, so that's a way of giving them an idea of where they are before that final grade. But thank you very much. So there is no Dorma. So that means, Carrie, you won't be last. We will go on to Sashana next. Then we will take Vernon, Kerry, and then Norma at the end. Does that work? Kerry, you're not at the end. You're going to be before Norma. You want to switch around? Okay. Vernon is offering you his spot, so you go before Vernon.
Yeah, you know what? Guess what? Anxiety is killing me, and I need to get it over with.
We talk about the first later.
All right, so we're going to take Sashana, then you, Kerry, then Vernon, and then hopefully Norma comes so that we can actually continue. Okay, or actually she gets it.
All right, hello everyone. I am going to be conducting a writing workshop. I'm going to be teaching adjectives to a group of grade 8 students at a non-traditional co-ed high school in rural St. Catherine, and these students have mixed abilities. Now, they have been taught adjectives already, so the purpose of the workshop is to basically revise, go over what adjectives are, and find a simple and fun way for them to review adjectives for their examination that is coming up. All right? What grade again? 8.
What do you want to do? Okay. Are you guys able to see the presentation on the PowerPoint? No, you're all up there. That means that we don't see it. Just a minute.
Break is at breakfast is at 11.
Yeah, I can hold it on the
Breakfast is at 11.
Right, I think after the session, I'll
No, not this is the breakfast.
You have to jump right. All right, guys, we're having some technical difficulties. Just one moment.
Oh, there you go.
No,
I didn't know. Or you click on the
and
PowerPoint.
then you can click on and just click on start. You click on the slideshow, or you can just go to the PowerPoint. All right, so students will be looking at adjectives and they're going to be doing so by creating poems, writing poems and looking at poems. And the particular type of poem we're going to be looking at is limerick. All right, so let's begin. Students, take your chairs. And you're going to be seated in groups of 3 in a semicircle. All right, so what are adjectives? And I'm using word. As I use, okay? So what are adjectives? Lira, Kira, Ashley, Vernon.
Describing what?
They are describing words, all right? Give me something more than just a describing word. What exactly do they do?
They help us to unpick. They help us to visualize a person, place, or thing.
Very good. Visualize a person, place, or a thing. All right, Vernon?
Add color to an otherwise normal or dull. Add color to an otherwise normal or dull language.
Okay. All right. Can you give me some examples of adjectives? Scary. Scary is one.
Skinny.
Skinny is one.
Beautiful.
Beautiful is one.
Funny.
Funny is another one. Right. Okay, all right, let's go again. Scary. funny, beautiful. What else? Give me a couple more, please. Smart.
Witty.
Smart.
Kara said witty.
Pretty. Witty. All right. Witty. All right. Very good. Now, what I'm going to do, I am going to group these adjectives. Let us put funny, all right, so let's put funny.
It does not respond very well.
All right, so in the meantime, let us group these adjectives, right? Witty, funny, and smart. What are those words speaking specifically about? Intelligence, all right? So adjectives can be describing words, they can describe what exactly? Give me another word apart from intelligence, Ashley.
Personality.
Personality, right. So we have adjectives to describe character traits in persons, right? Okay, so adjectives are describing words and they tell about a noun, right? And they usually answer two kinds of questions. How many and what kind, all right? An example of this. One sad little girl all right, an example, one sad little girl was in our class. Can you identify the adjective that's in the sentence?
Silent.
One sad little girl was in
Oh, sad. Okay.
Right.
Wait, can you guys, you're seeing the screen, right?
Yes,
Oh,
I can.
yes, I'm seeing it. Sorry.
All right, so you're seeing it? One sad little girl was in the class. Are you able to identify the adjective in that sentence? Yes, since nobody's able to identify the adjective.
Sad.
One. All right, and one tells us how many. All right, so it's not just a girl, it is one girl. All right. What kind of girl? One sad little girl. What kind of girl? Sad and little. All right. Okay, so from the four words that were given before, witty, funny, scary, witty, funny, scary, and beautiful. What I'm going to ask you students to do, we're going to use those 4 words and you're going to formulate sentences or phrase. And the sentences or phrase is supposed to be describing a noun, can be a place, it can be someone, or it can be a thing. All right, so I'm going to give you just 30 seconds to write 4 sentences or phrases.
4 words again.
All right, 2 minutes. Witty, funny, scary, beautiful. Once you have completed that task, when the time is up, I'm going to say time, and then I'm going to be selecting persons at random to share. Okay? minute to go. All right, are you finished? All right, let's go. Ashley, shall we begin?
Sure. Witty and wise was my father.
Witty and wise was my father. Very good. Vernon?
Yes, this one.
Wait, what was the sentences or phrases?
Sentences or phrases. And it should be on one subject. Place, thing, or a person. Yeah, person first. All right. Let's go on to Leroy.
Although it was quite the castle before, being abandoned for so long made it seem like a scary haunted house.
Okay. Carry on. Carrie, are you there? I'm not hearing Carrie. Unmute your mic, please, Carrie.
I don't think I hear you.
All right.
Tracking. Carrie? I don't think you're hearing you.
Okay, all right. Vernon, would you like to go?
No, I have that's a road phone. So her preaching was a beautiful, funny, witty, yet scary kind of gospel.
All right. Kira?
He lived in a beautiful house by the lake.
She lived in a beautiful house.
By the lake.
By the lake. All right, not bad. All right, so what I'm trying to get across.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead, Carrie.
Okay.
That sounds almost sci-fi.
Excellent.
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Carrie, can you hear us? No.
All right, all right, so what
I can hear you. Sorry. I logged on to my computer as well, and I was getting feedback.
Oh,
so,
okay. We can hear you.
Yeah. So my sentence: the teacher thought that the student's witty remark bordered on insolence, and adjective is witty.
Okay. All right. Very good examples. All right. So what I'm trying to get across to you now is that we can use adjectives to describe persons, places, or things by using simple short sentences. All right. When we put these simple short sentences together, if we should have 5 lines, we'll call that a limerick poem, right? Now, a limerick poem is a poem of 5 lines with an A-B rhyming scheme, okay? So we're going to learn how to construct limericks with using adjectives. All right, so everybody, you're able to see the resource material that was sent out. It was sent from Vernon's email. You able to see it?
Two attachments? No, yeah, no attachment there. For instance, no, because Brian's that short story is actually one. Yeah, this is oh. All right, are you able to see and follow? Everybody has access to the resource material? Okay. Check your emails, please.
Shoshana, which one do you want us watching, the story one or the other one right now?
Yes.
Which one? Sorry.
One with the shark.
Okay.
Yes, and I will see the activities at the end. Are you able to see it? Are you able to see that? Harry?
Yes, Dashana?
All right, you're able to see the resource material?
The resource writing file?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Hero?
Yes, I have it. Yes.
All right, good. So you're going to be reading the poem that is below the shark. There once was a clover, and I'm going to give you 30 seconds just to underline the adjectives in the sentence, all right? Just 30 seconds. So go ahead and read the poem.
There once.
No, not at all.
Shoshana, I'm not seeing that poem. In which one is it? Which of the?
It was sent from Bernard's email.
Yes, I got it because I opened one called Short Story Elements.
Oh, that's Bernard's. It hasn't come to me.
I don't have anything else, huh? I don't have anything else. Vedan, can you resend it to me, please?
She's going to send it to you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right, can you check your emails again? All right, I got it. Good. All right. You're on?
Okay, I have it now.
Okay, good. So we're going to be looking at the poem that's underneath the shark, and it's entitled There Once Was a Clover, all right? So you would have read that poem and you would have underlined or written down the adjectives in the sentence, right? And if you notice when you're reading the poem, it's not all, we're not going to do that first activity anymore. There once was a clover named Kate who sat on the edge of a plate. The fanciful dined on delicious foods of all kinds. Then tossed her at 8:15. All right? Now, you see that this poem is centrally about one person. Who is the poem about?
Clover.
Clover. And what was the name of Clover?
Kate.
Kate, right? Can you identify the adjectives in the poem, in the limerick? Fancy. Fancy.
one. Delicious.
You said delicious, but it's not on the
Fancy.
Yes, somebody said fancy already.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let us go to activity 2. Activity 1, rather, before we go to activity 2, we're going to be looking at the example of a limerick that I had written, and it is about discourse. So at the end, when I'm finished reading this, you are going to write a limerick, and it's going to be about someone or something, or even a subject matter, whether you like it or not, and you're going to use words, descriptive adjectives, ensure that descriptive words, adjectives are in your limerick, right? You are going to ensure in a limerick, the first line is supposed to be the longest line, right? And then followed by the third and fourth is going to be your shortest line, okay? So the first line is supposed to be rhyming with the last line, okay? So we realize that Kate rhymed with, what did Kate rhyme with? Read it over. Kate. And eight. And eight, right? So first, second, and six. Oh, okay. Right. And then we have dine and time. All right. So third and fourth. Okay. So you're going to go ahead, choose your topic of your choice, and you're going to use adjectives and write your 5-line limerick and share it. Okay? Just let me limit it to discourse. So you all write about discourse? Write about discourse, right. So write your 5-line limerick about discourse, please, following the structure and the format for limerick. Do we get a grade for this? Doesn't that one? Oh, yes. You get an incentive. But probably me from our organics. Giving you 3 minutes. Is that too short a time or too long? 3 minutes. Minutes. let's go. We're going to start with Carrie Ann. Are you finished, Carrie Ann? Stuck. Kira, it seems to be ready. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, great.
Oh boy, okay.
We're going to start with Kira, then Lyra, then we're going to go to Vernon and Ashley, and then the lecturer of the course will, I don't have one. Okay? All right, Kira, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Also, don't go.
All right. Okay, Carrie, you're ready?
Right, yes, I was nodding my head. Sorry.
All right. I didn't see. Go ahead, Carrie.
Okay. All right. It's very corny, but yeah. This.
That's not deliberate. It's supposed to be humorous.
All right. Well, it covered that one. Okay.
Okay.
This thing that they call writing is oh so exciting. Students can write what they want, gallop, brainstorm, or chant to open their minds to thinking.
Very good. I like that one. I like that one. What are the adjectives in Carrie's limerick? Exciting. I can start for you. I heard exciting. What else? Anything else? Gallop. We're listening to Carrie. How's your call?
Should I repeat?
What are your adjectives, Carrie?
It's only one. Exciting. This thing that they call writing is also exciting.
Okay. All right. Let's go down the line, Kira.
Okay. One time in a writer's workshop, I decided to do the one drop. It was such a disgrace.
Sorry, could you start over?
Kira. We want what is called a pull-up. Start over for us, please, Kira.
One time in a writer's workshop, I decided to do the one drop. It was such a disgrace when I fell on my face and tore up my bright yellow top.
And what?
Tore up my bright yellow top.
Oh, very good, very good, very good. All right, Lyra, you're smiling away. Are you ready, Lyra?
Yes. Mine is a bit longer. I entered a class about writing. The concepts had me internally fighting. I pulled out my hair, I bit on my nails, but remained behind like the slowest of snails. I now wish I had another course citing. I'm just kidding.
All right, Vernon.
Well, I have, this course is really cool. It introduces the writing tools. Yes, now it's all true. Now I have a clue what to write about Black Hammers and you.
All right. About what?
Black Hammers and you. There are many different.
Yeah. All right. Actually,
writing the process is very long. We know that it helps us get along, but please not today, Miss Miller. Why are you being a killer?
Okay, I'm not being a killer. All right.
I don't know how to end mine. So let me tell you what happened. So actually I did two, right? Because I decided I didn't want to do one on writing, but then I changed my mind, so I'll read that one. So this course called Writing in Secondary Schools is really trying to empower with relevant tools. Oh, how challenging, occasionally rewarding. All these teachers will seem so, and I don't know how to end it. Because there's something that's going to rhyme sensibly with tools and schools.
Sorry.
Okay, so let me see from the beginning. Yeah. Okay, this course called Writing in the Secondary Schools is trying to empower with relevant tools. Although challenging, occasionally rewarding, all these teachers will seem Not like food.
So these teachers will see not like food.
Okay, so with that note, I conclude my workshop, and you should have received a worksheet like this one, outlining, giving you 5 points and advising you to write 5 points on what was covered throughout the workshop. All right, so that's my little piece. There it goes. Stop share.
Carrie's frozen again? Yeah. Okay. So nobody saw the worksheet that we should have received.
No, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Got that. All right. So thank you, Sashana. Clap, clap. So now we get to talk.
Yes. And I'm going to leave right after.
So we need to talk because she's going to leave right afterwards.
Yes.
So,
Okay, very engaging with adjectives for the use of the limerick. I particularly like that. Very engaging for the students. I can imagine some of the things that they would have come up with.
yeah. Anything else? Nobody else? Kira?
I think that I found that using the limerick as to help teach the adjective or the concept, I guess the concept of the adjective would be something that the class would remember afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's something it's a way to make sure they remember the lesson.
Okay.
So that is good.
All right. So Dorma just join us. One. All right, so anybody else want to say anything about that? No? All right. So Sashana, you're using limericks to teach the effective use of adjectives in writing. All right, so up to the point where you are using the limericks in the poem in the sense are generating their own limericks and focusing on how the adjectives are being used. Can I include any adjectives completely? Effectively. How the adjectives are used effectively? I was there. What I would have loved to see, because remember that students are not doing limericks, they're not writing limericks for assessment at any point. We're not trying to develop that particular type of skill. So what I would have loved to see is how they would have transposed from whatever idea that they had in the limerick to writing a sentence or two that is just like standard English. Because limerick lends itself to all sorts of warping of the language and that sort of thing. But I would love to see that. And did I? And Carrie pointed it out, and I said, wait, where do on here? I don't know, because it said poetry, and Carrie pointed it because I didn't see it. And I said that you guys were to, it was a type 1 line section, and I thought I'd scrap the poetry, really should be that topic.
Sean and I were speaking last night, and I said, I think that's a push, that's why I put poetry in.
That's right. All right, in that case, then it is entirely on, that area is mine, so I can't fault it correctly. All right, so scrap what I just said. Okay. All right, so no other comments? All right, cool. Guys, we're going to take a break now. Carrie has to leave. Sorry, not Carrie has to leave, Sashana has to leave. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and pick up with Carrie, then Vernon, then Dorma, and then that will be it for the time. So we're just going to take like a 10 minutes break to refresh ourselves, use restroom, and come back. All right? Yes. Yeah, all right. Okay.
Miss Williams.
Yes.
I'm just gonna check to see if I can screen share. So,
All right,
okay.
yeah. Williams, do I send you a copy of this? Send me everything, right? Send me, upload it on Oracle. Yeah. So you will have had that section that answers the question, right? Yes, written ones. Right. Okay, so what about additional things? Okay, so what you commented on, I should rewrite. I didn't comment on yours. Maybe the 10 mark reflection. No, man, you're not talking about the same thing. The writing workshop is what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, the questions that were there, you would have, this, in your preparation for class, those questions should have been answered. Right. And so I'm going to get that to do that. Right.
This book is good. Well, certainly with short stories.
Yeah, this could be very fun.
So why don't you guys prescribe to the users?
We can't prescribe to the users of that for the students.
Okay, Vernon. Need some help here. How do I I'm using my tablet, right? And I am not seeing how to add my document. How else can I share the screen? Oh, I'm not hearing you, Miss Williams.
All right, the document is on the tablet.
Okay, I sent it to my email and downloaded it to my tablet, but I'm not seeing it.
All right, what you need to do is open it on the tablet. So you download it, go into downloads,
right,
and open it.
Right.
All right. Then go
and then
back,
it will just share automatically.
Go back to Zoom now and click on share screen.
Right.
Tap the share screen.
Right.
And when you tap on it,
Yes.
does it give you options? Does it give you options about what you're supposed to select?
Right.
So you see the document here that you just downloaded?
No. Let me try opening it. If not, that's why I turned on my computer. The only issue is that I keep getting feedback from it because it's not one of those modern ones.
Oh.
So were you hearing the feedback? I was hearing the feedback.
Yeah, we were hearing some ET sounding squeaks.
Oh. How do I turn off mic, or what would I turn off on the computer?
We won't be able to hear you.
No, I would speak from this.
Oh.
Not mic. I want to turn off. I want to turn off the sound on the computer.
Right. So there should be a what? Is there anything that tells you to mute the line, mute the
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try it now. I just muted the thing, so I'll see if I can just play with it from my computer and talk through this.
Okay. So which means that you're going to be sharing. You're going to be on 2 screens for us then.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
If there is an option on your computer, there should be like a volume button, and there should be to mute volume or to mute.
Okay.
Yeah. So where's your presentation? What way tonight is written presentation. I have opened it closes at 4. Oh yes, because this is what I anticipated for being able to more. I can change it.
as our number are missing equivalent expenditure as a number. Oh, missing.
Is it frozen?
Yeah, it seems so.
All right.
Things, lots of little icons, thumbnails.
Right. On my computer, it's showing me the PowerPoint. All right.
You can actually stop it. I mean, know that. All right. So we're seeing that to the right of our monitor. Embracing.
Okay. All right. Good.
Right, but you're still seeing the thumbnails from what would have been in your documents.
Okay. All right. So. Da-da-da.
All right, Carrie, you're no longer sharing with us. Okay, yeah, we can see it now.
All right. Okay.
Okay. This is 34. How long we need to get going so that we can leave here? It's almost close to 1 o'clock. This is. Ready, Carrie? Okay. Are you ready, Carrie?
I would have sent.
Okay, and you're hearing me, everybody?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay. All right, so let me give the backdrop, and I must say that it is, for this lesson, I would definitely not be sitting down, and the students would be placed in a circle, all right? So let me give you a backdrop as to why I chose the topic and who would benefit from learning about embracing poetry through the iambic pentameter. All right, so it's a grade 11 class, and it's an urban school. It's predominantly an all-girls school. The class has mixed abilities. Now, why I chose this topic is I wanted the students to learn to appreciate poetry, appreciate poems. It is one of the, it is on the English curriculum, and I chose to incorporate a literature term to further that understanding and that appreciation of poetry. So that is the backdrop to this. Another thing that I want to highlight is that writing is essentially holistic, and so because of that, you guys are going to be using your bodies, all right? So I expect that when I ask you to use your hands and stand up, that you will, all right? And yes. All right, so, okay, all right. So the topic is embracing poetry through iambic pentameter, and what I hope that you would have learned at the end of this lesson is how to define iambic pentameter, how to recognize the value of it in poetry, and how to create your own poetic pieces using iambic pentameter. And that would inevitably develop your writing skills as well. All right, so what exactly is iambic pentameter? It is a big word, but I don't want you to be flustered by it, because I'm going to break it down. So let's look at the first word, the first part of the word, iambic. What's the first part you see, Lyra?
What is the first?
The first part of the word in iambic.
I am,
right. All right. Now, an iamb is a foot or a beat consisting of an unstressed syllable and a stressed syllable, or a short syllable followed by a long syllable. Now, the thing is, this is not the first workshop that we've been doing. We've been looking at rhythm before, and so they would have understood what is meant by unstressed syllable and stressed syllable. I'm just kind of upping it a little bit by including the iambic pentameter. All right, so let me give you an example of what we mean by unstressed syllable and stressed syllable just for the class. Or do we all know what it means?
Yes. We know.
Oh, you know? Is it my thing or am I not sharing anything?
No, so we know.
Oh, we know. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I would give them some practical examples of the iambic pentameter showing the unstressed syllable and the stressed one. And if you look on the screen, I capitalized the stressed one so that they would recognize that that is what you stress in the word: complete, belong, you know, and beneath. All right, or beneath, sorry. All right, so once you understand what an iamb is, right? It's a foot, and a foot meaning that it has stressed syllable and unstressed syllable. So they would have gotten that, I hope. Now the iambic, okay, no, I'm missing something. What are you seeing on the next screen?
The iambic pentameter examples. Beating what the rhythm of the 5 syllables.
Okay, no.
The 10 syllables with the 5 stressed, the 5 unstressed, and then it moves on to summary without a man sitting near a keyboard.
No, I'm supposed to go on to pentameter.
Oh, that's okay. You can tell us what it means. Oh, sorry.
I know, but.
Oh, she's right.
All right. Penta means 5, and pretty much what the iambic penta suggests is that there will be 5 of these iambs. Okay, so you're going to have 5 sets of unstressed syllable followed by a stressed syllable. 5 of them. How many would you have in total? How many syllables should you have in total, Vernon?
5. That's what I mean. I'm sorry.
The syllables. Okay, so remember, 1 foot is made up of a stressed syllable and an unstressed syllable. And you need 5 of them. So how many syllables would you have in all in an iambic pentameter? All right, so yes. Huh?
Did you hear him?
Yes, I heard him. He said 10.
Yes.
All right, very good, Vernon. And you get a sweetie for that. All right, you get a sweetie too. All right, but right. So it's 10 syllables. All right. Now, that's pretty much what the structure of the iambic pentameter looks like. Now, what we really want to get to is how does this iambic pentameter sound and what does it do to poetry, right? So we're going to experiment. Right now, you guys should be in circles. And I'm going to clap some rhythms for you, and you are going to follow, all right? Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, okay.
Go fast.
I don't see Vernon clapping or Dorma. So we need full participation here. Let's go again. I want to ensure that you have your rhythm down. Let's go. All right, you know what? I'm not really getting back the proper beating. All right, so I would have given you some off beats right now. And now I'm going to give you the actual beat of the iambic pentameter. Okay? Very good. Okay, let's do it again. One more time. All right. Very good, Lyra. All right, Lyra got it. Now, what I want to ask is, Lyra, what does that sound like? Let me do it again. All right, let me do this for you. Let me do this. I'm going to do it on my heart.
A heartbeat. Okay. Yes, that's true.
What does it sound like, everybody?
A heartbeat.
A heartbeat. Mm-hmm.
A heartbeat. Sorry, my internet is really sucky. All right, so it sounds like a heartbeat, and it goes like this. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Okay? It also sounds like, anybody could guess what else it could possibly sound like?
drumming, drums beating.
All right, drums beating. What about a horse galloping? Did you hear that?
A little bit. Do it again.
Okay, no. So I'm saying that it also sounds like a horse trotting or galloping along.
Oh, yeah, we heard that.
Okay, all right, good. Now, we're going to individually practice the sound of this da-dum rhythm using certain iambic pentameters, certain words. I have some activity on the board right there. Do you see them?
Yes.
All right. Now, because this is a grade 11 class, they would have been sensitized to Julius Caesar. So I used a Julius Caesar quote that they could pull their literature knowledge into this language class. Okay. Now, all right, so the example is, you blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you hear, we're gonna say it, but I want you to say it with the da-dum rhythm. All right, you blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. Everybody?
You blocks, stones, worse than senseless things.
All right, good. All right, so I want us to practice. Everybody grab one. I think Ashley, you can grab number 1. Sashana is gone. Dorma, you can grab number 2. Vernon, you can grab number 3. And Kira, you can grab number 4. I want you to say it in such a way that you hear the da-dum rhythm, the stressed and the unstressed syllable in these iambic pentameter. Okay, so the first one, and let me repeat, you blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. All right?
Okay.
Let's go, Ashley. One more time.
If ever man were loved by wife, then be.
All right, very good. Let me hear next one, number 2.
If ever two were one, then surely be.
The heartbeat needs let's try it one more time.
If ever two were one, then surely be.
Very good. All right, Vernon.
The 5 stress line is the best one first.
Very good. All right, the 5 stress line is the best one for us. And then Kira.
Thou canst not speak of that thou canst not hear.
All right, very good. Now, before you start thinking that, let's just recap what iambic pentameter is, and then I'm going to show you how to apply this iambic pentameter possibly in modern life. Okay? So this is just a recap or a summary, and you're going to watch this video to summarize. It's a recap of the iambic pentameter. How do I share that? Okay.
You have to stop share of this screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Then open it, then come back to Zoom and click share screen and then select the YouTube video. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay. Are you hearing?
No.
Oh.
Wait, are you showing that from the computer or from the tablet?
her computer is muted.
She's using two different. Yeah. Carrie, can you hear us?
Okay, the thing is, I'm using two devices. Did you get to see the video?
We saw half of it, but we didn't hear anything.
And I turned it up. I'm not sure.
So you're showing it from the computer or from the tablet?
I'm showing it from the computer because that's, yeah.
So
Can you open it? Can you open it there? I'll just give you the link right now.
I can type that fast, sure.
All right, hold on.
HTTP.
HTTP.
The colon.
Give me 1 second. All right, www.youtube.com.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
You're trying, Ashley?
No, I was.
All right, can you? Because I can't.
Try?
Yeah, because I can't even get the. I can't get anything going here anymore.
Open my email. Open my email.
No, let's open the browser.
Okay.
And just copy that. Well, is it easier to set it? Yes.
Do I need to stop sharing screen?
Not yet.
Oh.
Okay. Come back. Oh, but no, I can do it.
I don't want it.
All right. Go to the email. Next time, don't listen to me. Just PPT. Any minute now. No, positive. Any minute now. All right, so Carrie, stop sharing screen now.
Okay.
And Ashley is going to share.
Okay.
Actually, I watched it already. I just typed in YouTube. I am big pentameter rap, and I got it. So I watched it already.
Turn this up. Zoom on here, on there, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you see it? Yep, there it is.
Okay. Oh wow, technology.
Wait, are you hearing it, Carrie?
It's low. But
All right, so Kira, were you able to listen to it?
I am listening to the mic on my tablet.
All right, that works for us. Okay, Carrie.
All right.
All right.
Carrie, sorry to stop you. Bye, people. I have to leave now to attend to my.
Oh yes, you did mention that. So Godspeed.
Take care. All
And
right.
take care of yourself.
All right, bye, Lyra.
All right, so continue, Carrie. We pretend that everybody saw that all at once.
Yes, I'm okay. Sharing again.
Okay.
All right, so what the students would have learned from that is that there is rhythm in poetry. Again, it's something that they've been learning before, and it's just to tie in again using this video.
Right.
You're seeing the screen, right? Okay. Now, why should we use iambic pentameter? And that's essentially what I would like the students to gather, that for one, it gives the poem a certain flow, or it defines poetry, right? And you can also discover meaning through it. For example, when Shakespeare, and Shakespeare especially used iambic pentameter, whenever he used it, it was usually in a emotion-filled setting or in an emotion-filled way, right? So when you've just lost your love, you start writing in iambic pentameter, or you love somebody, but you want it to sound really heartfelt, so you write in iambic pentameter as well. So in order to give poetry that greater definition and also a greater meaning, then one can use iambic pentameter. Okay, so I won't even show another video. All right, now it's an all-girls classroom, and I was trying to figure out how can I incorporate iambic pentameter in music, right? But I wasn't sure how to do it with Jamaica music, so I'm going to use some of the songs that I know teenage girls listen to, all right? And this one is from Taylor Swift. It's We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together. Now you're pretending as if you're the student and you definitely know this song and you're going to get very excited when you see the lyrics. But what's going to become even more exciting is when I am show you that you can change her lyrics into iambic pentameter or pentameter. All right? So, yeah, I'm going to call on someone to, let's just do it one line after the other, everybody. All right? Now, this is the line, or this iambic pentameter represents Taylor Swift's song, right? Except it's not in modern language or in regular song form. It is written in iambic, okay? So this is a way of incorporating, I guess, experiential learning in this. Dorma, could you read the first one? Now, all of this is iambic. If you remember, 10 syllables going across, and it's all unstressed and stressed syllables, and you should be hearing the dadum rhythm, okay?
All right.
So, Dorma?
Perhaps we could start with the second line, simply because of how our monitor is, we can't see the first line clearly. I just want to tell us the two first words.
Okay. All right, let me start the first words. My memory gazes back on young romance. Or let me just read it for time's sake. My memory gazes back on young romance, and on its twilight throes, when first you left, you claimed we needed absence to advance. Yet togetherness we'd been bereft. You soon returned, your face forlorn and drawn, and from your lips hung promises to change. Then, by the morrow, all those oaths were gone. And once again we found ourselves estranged. The cycle never breaks. Our sordid tales end always with ellipses, not full stops. When yesternight our courtship freshly failed, you saw the cue to take it from the top. But now that we are once again apart, I swear, you shan't again reclaim my heart. Now, what emotion would you be getting should the students, well, you're the students. Vernon, what emotion should you be getting from this?
Yearning and regret. Yes.
Yes, does it deal with the heart?
Yes, definitely.
It deals with the heart. Very good. So ultimately, they would have seen that poetry is in line with our emotions and how a poet feels. All right. So at this moment, what I would do is I would divide them into groups, and I would give them One Direction's "What Makes You Beautiful" in iambic. Well, they're supposed to write "What Makes You Beautiful." So I give you the lyrics, okay, of One Direction's "What Makes You Beautiful," and in the groups they will be brainstorming and then eventually writing the first draft of that of those lyrics in iambic pentameter. So let me repeat. In pairs, they're going to rewrite One Direction's "What Makes You Beautiful" in iambic pentameter, and this takes in group collaboration. Of course, it does not need to be in Shakespearean language. I just want them to understand how to include iambic pentameter, especially in a heartfelt situation. And the example here is, if only you could see you're cute to me, soon you will see, you warm my heart like a stew. I am looking at you and I can see you are beautiful. That's what makes you you. All right. Now, it would be an activity that extends longer than what you guys can afford right now. So we won't try. Is that okay?
That's fine. So essentially, we're just inserting the breaks. We're looking at each foot.
I'm sorry, come again?
Would we be rewrite? When you say rewrite, do you mean that we would segment each foot in each line?
Oh no, what you would do is to read the lyrics initially, so the students would read the lyrics and try to figure out what is the main idea of the song, right? Right, and then they would now create just a short thing using iambic pentameter that would represent that the song that I gave them with the lyrics.
It's their own words.
Yes, in their own words.
Oh, good. Yes. Yes.
All right, so yes, that would be in their own words. And afterwards they would share, and I'm sure, I'm really sorry that you guys couldn't be able to do it. I don't know if you know what makes you beautiful. I should probably give you another song. All right, but you get the idea. And then after their presentation, then I would do exit slips. So I would ask them what are 2 things that they learned, especially to define iambic pentameter, and what 2 things did they find interesting, and what 2 things would they need more clarification on. And ultimately they would have gotten a chance to see how writing can be used in poetic form.
Okay. Yeah. That's it?
Yes, that's the closing.
All right. So you're finished with the presentation. Carrie?
Yes, I'm finished with the presentation.
All right, lovely.
Because it would really, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Clap, 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 clap. All right, so everybody gets to say something now quite quickly because we have 2 more to go and it's almost the end of.
I think it's very ambitious of her to take on this topic, because it's a topic that's many much less students, and I think you did a really good job of bringing some contemporary elements into it, which is always important, and of course, God bless you.
It's the first time I've been taught that topic.
I haven't done that one?
First time.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think you too, we can understand what you're saying in terms of the whole heartfelt, heartbeat syllable thing.
Yeah, and it wasn't iambic pentameter.
Yes.
And the fact that it wasn't iambic pentameter made a difference.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But what I liked was what Ashley mentioned, the contemporary lyrics that you use, One Direction, Taylor Swift, using those 2 sets of examples will have brought home to students that iambic pentameter is not confined to Shakespeare and it is the beat on literature, right? But it is actually relevant now. And something else, when you mentioned the heartbeat, because I don't know if, in most cases, we speak in iambic pentameter. We do. It is natural speech pattern. So just bringing those contemporary ideas would have cemented that notion, 1, and 2. That activity at the end, because you've been scaffolding, so that activity at the end where they now have to use the stimulus material and then write in their own words. So they identify the main idea and then use the iambic pentameter to actually share that with the class. So that was the idea, right?
Right.
And that was what snagged this presentation for me. So that was a crowning moment for me.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Get the writing, and yeah, that was it for me. Yeah, nice. So they'll learn some literature and they would have used the English language skills and whatnot. Yep. Vernon, you look like you want to say something.
No.
You want to request something? Okay. All right. Thanks, Gary. Kira, you have anything you want to say? No? Okay, good. All right. So the next presentation that is up is burnout.
All right. Someone is going to. I'm looking at my lesson plan. So my topic is writing short stories, and the focus is on conflict. And this is one of the areas. Of course, you know, conflict is the side of the plot, what happens in a story.
I'm going to stop it for 1 minute. Literally, right? Maybe less.
Box was looking.
I like the box, but
Yes. No.
Okay, so you find out
something speaking to my.
So fascinating box.
Alright. So Veronica, you can go now. Oh, sorry, no, we're not sure returns.
It's okay, you can start and speak to that.
Alright.
Right, are you guys hearing me? Right. Right, so
Yes.
So my students are a little bit different. They are, and this comes from my teaching experience, they are adult students. Some of them have been out of the secondary school system for a year, others have not. So these will some of us are the CXC and field, and others will be sitting for the first time, but they are just adult students. Of course, you know, writing short stories is a topic on the paper of the examination. Right, so we want a very objective. We want to accurately define and identify conflict, the different types of conflict. To state examples of these different types of conflict and to respond critically to visual and oral examples of conflict. Now, I really had 2 YouTube videos, trailers, and I think I'm kind of going to skip the first one and go to the second one. But before we do that, I want to go to my PowerPoint. And how do I do this one? Right.
And then you should be able to see somewhere share screen. And then that should be the option of yeah.
Are you guys see the PowerPoint?
If we're not seeing it, we're not seeing it. So they should be seeing exactly that. Why I start with screen sharing. It's so cool, man. Once we start, that's how we start. Am I on CD? It takes a while for that computer. Is it because they're scrolling something else? All right, there it is.
Right, so it's quite an interesting PowerPoint and it tells you about writing short stories. Let me see the one before this. Right, so this PowerPoint looks at the various elements of the story, but I'm going to go to conflict so that you can educate yourself on what conflict is and the types of conflict. So conflict is what prevents the main character from getting what he or she wants, and that is driven by the climax of the conflict, and of course the conflict is really the key to the story. It is what drives the story. If they are interesting characters, if they do nothing, if nothing happens, whether externally or internally, then the story really doesn't say, I'm not too sure it's a story. So there are 2 types of conflict, internal and external, and of course, we see internal conflict, person versus self. So for example, you have to ponder about that difficult decision. Do I come to class and do my presentation, or do I fall ill suddenly, or something like that? So that's internal conflict. Then we go to the next slide, which is external conflict. And of course, this we have the movies, by the way, that's my general theme. And so this is using tips or pictures from popular movies that we know to illustrate what the external conflict is. So that's person versus person, for those of you who have watched that Vampire Werewolf movie. Person versus society. What movie is this from? Any movie about society like me? Yes. Avatar. You have it. It's from Avatar. Then now we go, so that's person versus society. Then we have person versus the environment. And this is an old one. Anybody?
That's Jaws.
Jaws, yes. And then now we have person versus fate. And of course, fate, you know, as I said in Jamaica, if you die hanging, you can't jump. In other words, your life is cut off for you. Right. Well, what is this for? What this is about fate? What movie is this for? Lord of the Rings. Right. This is should be quite popular. Right. For those of you who have been watching movies. And then person versus technology, but I'm not sure which one this one is for. Right. Right. So, of course, in external conflict, we are fighting against some of the things, some of the forces outside of us that would cause us to, you know, in some way feel or be less than who we are, so to speak. Right. So that's really the part of the PowerPoint that I want us to focus on. And for those of us who, you know, really want to know more about writing short stories, we could look at the rest of it. Now I want to go to my movie. Right. And the name of the movie is interesting, but I just wanted to watch it. And I'm sure you'll somehow get it to start before. No, it's not. There's a tree.
Coming up in a minute.
Right, so in a couple of minutes, we are going to be looking at the trailer of what I find to be an interesting movie. It's not all age groups you could probably use this movie with, but to me, it is an interesting conflict. And immediately, I'm sure that on watching the whatever is there, we'll have strong opinions and we'll be able to relate, in a sense, to the conflict that is there. All right, so let us begin. Are we ready, everybody?
Yeah.
Kira, you are ready to be entertained?
Yes. No, sorry, that's Kerry.
Right, Kira, are you hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
All right, you're seeing this slide?
Yes, I've seen the slide. I'm seeing it.
You're seeing the movie that we are going to?
Yes.
The trailer, all right.
So what do you think that is up here?
It's taking a little bit time to come, I don't know why.
The other option is to leave on this.
All right, can you just...
So you have to stop sharing screen. Oh no, it's from so low. Coming up. You can stop sharing screen. No, it's right.
The voice not showing.
Just a second.
Yes.
No, all right, I'm going to stop.
Yeah, because it's not coming up here. Same thing happened earlier.
Can you bring it up? Alright, so the trailer. That one.
Oh, but we're not sharing the screen. Stop. Can everyone see that now?
Are we all seeing that, the trailer?
Yeah.
I'm about to start it.
Okay, yes.
So you're trying to focus on the conflict in the movie.
Would you mind letting your wife? I guess this is, you have something that well, I guess there's limits to what we're on that.
Something's
Okay. What do you say? Let's test it. Suppose I would offer you $1 million for one night if you wanted to. What do you want to do? When you share it with me.
All right. So having watched it, is there a conflict in that trailer?
Yes, sir.
Right, so there's conflict there. Right, so what kind of conflict? Is it internal conflict? Is it external conflict?
Both.
Kira, is it internal conflict? Is it external conflict?
I see external with the two men.
Right.
External conflict for me.
Right.
Yeah.
Kira, is it internal conflict? Is it external conflict?
Well, there is definitely external. There's also internal in the sense that one person is struggling with she's struggling with her values, and the proposal as well.
Ashley, what do you think?
I agree, both.
Donna?
Both of them. Yeah, both.
Right. So and I'm sure, but what is it? What is it? I'm just looking at it. Do you think the conflict that is presented makes this movie interesting, an interesting story?
Yes.
Right. Do you want to watch? You think you want to go and watch it yourself?
Yes.
Right. And that's why I've used it. I've been really enchanted by this movie ever since I first watched it. And then you might be thinking that, when the topic a little bit outside of the reading of 60 short stories. And in that case, I'm sorry that I know that the best short stories for 2002. But if you get a chance to read that, then you'll find that, you can hint at certain adult issues while you're writing short stories, not facility. So the 2002 best short story was really about genocide. The lady receives a postcard to adults, and it says, wish you were here on second thought, something. And it says that her husband is being unfaithful. And so her husband walks into the door, she's thinking about his unfaithfulness, and just as she's prepared to shoot him, she realized that it's something from his father. Right, so that's 2002 best short story. Right, so the idea is that conflict, there are many different types of conflict. It's both internal and external. And it can be what drives a story, it can be what makes a story interesting. And what you would have found over the years is that certainly, especially writing at the CXC level, even if the conflict is driven by the personalities, even the story is driven by the personalities, the conflict generated by these personalities, or the conflict generated by the setting, or the conflict generated by the situation, whether internal or external, that makes the story interesting. All right, so now let us go back. I'm going back now to my lesson plan. And of course, right, all right, so let me do all right, so yeah, sure. All right, so I'm going to share my lesson plan. No, that's all right, so I'm going to share the lesson plan, but I'm just going to just look at something. So there are some things that having watched the trailer, really there's another trailer that I wanted you to watch, but I don't know that majors of that. I did it. So some of the things that you want to ask is, who are the main characters? What is the setting? What do you think is the conflict in the story? What are the types of conflict that what types of conflict are portrayed here? And of course, we have discussed that just a while ago. Right. So you know, I want you to bring out your own definition of conflict. So what is your definition of conflict based on what you have watched? Kira, what is your own definition? Give me your definition of conflict.
I would say it is some kind of fight that's going on. Either it might not be not a physical fight, but some kind of emotional fight, emotional struggle that's happening between two characters, you know, in a book or in a movie, or inside of or in the head of one of the characters.
Actually, how does it, the conflict, the type of conflict that is used in the story, enhances your interest in this thing that you're just watching?
How does it enhance?
Right. How does it make us really want to pay attention and watch?
You want to know what's going to happen.
Right. So you want to know what is going on. You want to?
Want to know what's going to be resolved.
Right. So you want to know that the conflicts, or the various conflicts that are raised by the different issues, or are they going to be resolved? How is the husband going to really respond at the end of this? Is he going to just you know, really sit there and drink coffee with her and pass her the salt and you know, go and prepare dinner for her as he normally does? Or is his behavior going to be different? Is he going to be withdrawn, suggesting a particular response? Right. So we want to know all of that. All right. Now, having done this now, this is where the writing comes in. Because what you asked to do, you'll be placing pairs, and you'll write your draft up. You might say, for example, you might take it from when the question was first posed to the husband, excuse me, about your wife. Or, you know, and you might, you know, you write from that. You want to write the thoughts. So one pair you write the thoughts going to the husband's head. Another pair we look at the reaction of the others, the physical reaction suggesting the conflicting thoughts going through their heads. The persons that they right who are around. You know, or you might write as a husband. So when you hear this, how do you respond inside? You know, what are your thoughts? What are the thoughts that flow through your heads? And then having done that now, what will happen is that you'll read it to the class, we'll critique what is it that you're reading. So each peer will get a chance to read what is it that they're reading. The class will offer their comments, will offer their critique. You'll be allowed to do your on-the-spot editing, and perhaps you read sections of it. And so really it's peer critique in terms of helping each other to improve our writing. And then for assignments, you will do a second draft of this activity, taking into account the comments, the critiques that have been made, and you'll present for this.
So you're through, Vernon?
Yes, I'm.
All right. Thank you very much. Clap, clap, clap. All right, so are there any comments you want to make about Vernon's presentation? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Terry.
That was very interesting. I really liked it. And I like the fact that he used the movie to kind of to incubate certain ideas, right? So, because I have some crazy ideas right now as to what to write, so I can imagine for the students.
True, true. All right, yes. Anybody else?
Very good.
Yeah, but what did you like? What was very good about it?
The fact that he presented the different areas of conflict in terms of internal, external, man versus man society and all that. And he brought out a visual picture of that. So it creates an environment for that.
Okay. Ashley, you're nodding, so you want.
And I was saying the connections with the movie connections actually, when you say management environment, it's going to be like, what are we talking about? But if you can say Jaws, then
yes,
they know what Jaws is, but still, they get the visual. And only more when I use movies, it's always I only get like high of essays that replicate the same plots. Yeah, that is so interesting.
Oh,
ban them, don't do that.
But notice though, with this one, and I thought it was interesting, the approach that Vernon has taken, where he has the stimulus. You didn't limit them to whichever one, right? No. So they could begin with may I borrow your wife, but they could have chosen anywhere else, right? And they would have to write from a particular perspective, which means that even if they're replicating the plot, you're still getting the infusion really, or the focus really is on conflict. So how is this man whose wife has talked him into being, how does he feel? How does he grapple with that? Right, so and then you get it from her perspective, and I would be very interested to really hear it from the perspective of that man who makes the offer. Right. So it really gives an opportunity for them to write from different perspectives, and therefore the conflict that is relevant to that would now be evident, or at least don't explore it.
And I think especially as new young writers, sometimes it's actually easier to use somebody else's idea, but change something about it. They don't. Everything doesn't have to be. It's a lot of burden on them to create everything.
Yes, and I like that. Yes. So I, generally speaking, like the way. So you said you're going to wing it. Yeah. So I like generally the way you have ways of this. And I guess it happens. But looking at the different types of conflict and allowing them to see that visual to make the connection, and then giving them this minute or 2 minutes clip to watch where they see both internal and external conflict, then using that as a stimulus for writing. I like that. What I want to clarify is the part you're focusing on is just the introduction to writing. So you're not actually going to, for this presentation, you're just focusing on how to get them to come up with ideas.
Right.
Alright.
To focus on conflict, put it in balance.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do there. And my one reservation about, you have to be careful when you're talking, so you make you're doing your, your workshops. But the other thing though is, to be honest, I wouldn't use indecent proposal. It's going to stimulate a lot of thought and a lot of activity and a lot of discussion, but there are others that you can use in a school setting. And that's what is important, because you mentioned that they are almost like repeaters. So they're reformers, so they're really
I was thinking adult. Okay.
So they're repeaters, so they're pretty much probably like 18 adults. Some of them would have been outside of the school and then come back for education. So whatever it is, but they are in fifth form in a school setting. You cannot use a decent proposal. You have to use something else. The time machine. Or I don't watch Avatar. I'm sure there's some sort of confidence.
Yeah.
Right. So I've suggested that different moving. But generally speaking, though, in terms of stimulating discussion and writing, yeah, I like that idea. Yes. So Dorma, guess who's next? We're almost there, guys. I did not think that we would use all 5 hours to do this.
Okay, this is a grade 7 class. They need to be aware of this, they need to be aware of descriptive writing, on the theme, language of the senses, focusing on an element of grammar, which is past tense, EDLA. Regular, irregular, past tense. And so, in order to create a stimulus for writing, focusing on descriptive writing using the past tense, I have them looking at a slide from the Blue Mountain. Okay. Now the students, prior to watching the clipping on the Blue Mountain thing, we are going the Blue Mountain slide. Okay.
Which one you want?
There's no one. The second.
All right, wait, I'll do it 1 second. Let me share screen. This one?
No, the bottom right. That's a nice one.
That one's there too.
Okay.
So this one you wanted to see now? Because we can push one for time.
Okay. Okay. I'll be asking some questions, right? Okay. Where do you think those people are going? Vernon.
I'm trying to reach the top of the Blue Mountain.
You can't hear Dorma?
No.
All right, so Dorma is sorry, your class. Go ahead.
I'll be using the journalist questions to bring out certain information in order for them to describe effectively this trip. So, why do you think these persons are settled What are they set out to do? Leroy, want to answer? Leroy's not there. Here.
Okay, they look like they are going to ride up the mountain. Oh, yeah.
Okay. How do you think they'll get there?
With the bicycles.
All right. What are some of the things they think they need to get there?
Some things they would need, well, the bicycles, probably a guide, water, yeah, the right gear.
Ashley,
What else they need?
yes.
Energy. Strength. I think they were all acting right now.
Okay. All right. How long do you think they'll take to get up on the top of the mountain? Kira?
I don't know, it depends on how high the mountain is. Maybe some hours, maybe an hour, I don't know.
Okay, this is Blue Mountain. Do you know how high is Blue Mountain peak?
No.
How high is Blue Mountain? 7,000. Yes, 7,402 feet or 2,253 meters.
Okay. Well, I'm not a mathematical person, so that still wouldn't help me to
All right.
Walk.
Okay. Next question. Which time is the best time do you think to go hiking on the Blue Mountain? Summer. Why do you say that? Cold. Okay. And what do you think are some of the what are the aims of these people hiking up the mountain? What do you think they want to achieve doing this? Health. Health is one.
Pleasure.
I could just get challenged too.
Okay.
Once I accomplish this.
Good. All right.
Where's my receipt? All right, so we're going to share the screen again.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to stop. All right, so we're going to stop showing this screen and Vernon will share something else.
Okay. Any minute now. Coming up. Okay. Sharing screen, it says present tense verb. Most past tense verb end in ed, but there are several rules. Are you hearing me? Are you seeing the slide? Several rules to use while changing the present to past tense. Past tense verbs tell action that has already happened. Some word change spelling to show past tense. Examples: beg, begged, doubling of the consonant. Feed, fed, run, ran. You notice the vowel changes, like do in run to run. Grow, grew, like, play. Okay, so you just have to learn the spelling of these irregular verbs. However, what we're going to do now is Yes, changing. There are 5 ways to change a verb from present to past tense. Just add ed, double the final consonant and add ed, drop the final e and add ed, change the y to I and add ed, change the spelling. We did this when we changed a singular noun to a plural noun and with a verb agreement. Understand? Now you have the base for writing. You have an idea now. Oh. Okay. Now, you have 2 options. Imagine that you were one of those persons on a hike to Blue Mountain. You are going to describe your journey. You are going to tell of some events that you would have that are most striking to you, or you are going to write a report to a friend who has never been on that trip, and you are going to describe every aspect of that trip. Fair enough? Okay. Now, what you're going to do as well is that you're going to get yourself in groups. You are going to, as we have asked the journalist questions, you're going to write those down. You're going to get in groups, write down all the things, where, why, how, pertaining to the trip. Then you are going to exchange your work. But you're going to get in 2 groups or in pairs. Exchange, read, look to see if the grammar, if the past tense is correct pertaining to how we just discussed the past tense formation. Then you're going to critique each other's work. After that is done, you're going to look at the critique, do a revised version, and then for assignment, you are going to read over again, see if your piece is really descriptive based on the trip to Blue Mountain. And then you're going to present that final draft, wherewith it can be posted to the school's bulletin board. And the very best piece are the top 3, send it to the school newsletter.
You're finished? Okay. All right, thanks, Dormo. Thanks for ever clap again. Any comments?
I hear using a photograph of a thing and then using the past tense to describe what happened on this journey. And so there's it's not just that write a story about your day, you actually have some. That's a probably common for all of them. Yeah, fermentation for really showing us.
And I think it's good because now our teachers are coming to class and say, oh, well, you know, we're looking at the past tense, you know, so you deal with the past tense, like, all right, this, that's not versus next one.
All right.
So the context is.
You know, the thing about this is that I know y'all think that, you know, I know you guys want to campus on the campus, but is it something to organize yourself to make sure you don't have the internet in the classrooms, right? Because we're going to have to take a modem. You don't have a projector set up generally. There's some customers that do it. You have to organize all of that for 35-minute session and then turn around and do somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Yes, and the students.
But can't you like just use a room like that. So
but you are not the one who makes the timetable. So unless it's your teaching, yeah, because we're going to assign to that. So like when I was teaching for 10 years, I had one to do.
Right, one teacher.
Yeah, I had one to do. So on my timetable, it was the same every year. And the bulk of my son, I could do something like that. As in, I could have, and that is if nobody else wants the projector. Exactly. Yeah, so there's always that. So you're straight. Yeah. But it's work. Yeah. Anything else? Any other comments on Dorma's presentation? No? All right, it's near the end of the day, so I know that we really want to go. All right, but I have 2 comments. One, I liked the idea that you were showing them, because they're going to be writing. They look at this picture, you've asked some questions to stimulate writing and thinking, and they're going to at some point be writing, so you have shown them what is that they need to pay attention to in terms of the grammar of the past tense. And you show that you remind them how to actually go about forming the past tense. But guess what you did do? Give them an example of sustained past tense. Yes. I said like 2 or 3 lines or a paragraph. So that would have been very good if they had that model so that they know that, okay, I must ensure that whatever word I begin with is the one that I have sustained throughout the whole paragraph. And you don't point it out. So that's 1. 2, I know that you were winging it for your instructions when they were supposed to get in their groups and write true or false. True. Because they only gave, they said you were going to give us 2 options, but you really gave us 1. There was that. And then, what I would prefer for you to do, since it's grade 7, you said originally, it would have been great if they were to write a letter instead of a report. Because report writing is not necessarily something that is done. And that's, yeah, and you know, because of the type of thing too, they're looking at riding up Blue Mountain or up a mountain. You don't want them to make it into a report. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but it would have been great if it was something else. I could have been a journal entry or something like that. Yeah. But generally speaking, though, I see how this could really work. Yeah. All right, guys. So. Any more comments? Ashley's all packed up. I'm here first. Ashley came in here, I think, 2 minutes before I did. Yes. So, any comments, Carrie, Kira? No? All right, then. Thank you, guys. I mean, I enjoyed today's presentation. I think you did well. So, I expect that you're going to go into your jobs and back to your classroom and do some of these things and really enjoy the effort and the process and whatnot. Keep in touch if you ever feel like asking a question or sharing an accomplishment. And if you're going to extend the deadline for this, I'm going to change it, right? So, right. Yeah. All right, so remember when you go home now that or a little bit later to upload the other component of this presentation, the first part, which will have answered those questions about what you would have done to prepare and to outline really the writing workshop. So just submit that. I'll extend the deadline to tomorrow to be reasonable. Right. And then remember too that you need to upload the portfolio.
Actually, the lesson plan and
the first part. So when you say lesson plan, you're really showing me like how they workshop are developed.
Right.
Okay. And PowerPoint. Right. So anything else that pertains to it, then upload that. All right. So Godspeed, everyone. All the best. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm going to mark the things and also the second mark to the grades. I don't know when grades will come available for you, but